Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. Good day to you. So there it is. A yideba in yedeba. So a yideba in yedeba means absolutely something completely different in Yoruba language, of course, but I'm pretty certain that is not what they said. A yideba in yedeba. That's just the prayer in Yoruba land. So a yendeba. So there it is, right there. So there it is right there. There you are right there. Here I am right here. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Good to see you again. Hope you had a glorious day. Hope you had a glorious day. Hope things went your way today. It's always good when things go your way, isn't it? You know. So I hope things went your way today. So that puts you in a cheery mood. So a cheery mood we start off with. So the usual protocol. Please click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You must do that as a matter of routine. So if you're one of those people that don't have an objection to clicking on like, just do that as a matter of routine. Just as soon as you're logging on, click on like, and then you know that you have fulfilled that righteousness. And if you're not already subscribed, fulfill the second righteousness by doing that as well. So click on like and subscribe. Do that. If you have no real objection to it, do that. And if you do even have an objection to it, still do that. Because you spend endless times on this space, just with the ebb and flow of it. Some you agree, some you don't. They are anti this, they are uncle that. But whatever it is, we keep you engaged and entertained and move your emotions for hours on end. So that's surely worthy of some loyalty. So that loyalty should reflect in the like and subscription button. So do that. And if you are following us on our Facebook, because we have a very strong following on Facebook as well, but not as strong as we would like. So make sure you are following. If you're watching us on Facebook, make sure you are following and make sure you are sharing the links on your walls, etc. And that's sharing the link. It doesn't only end with the Facebook Spaces. On WhatsApp as well. Yes, on YouTube as well. You can copy the link and share them in your WhatsApp Spaces. So do all of the necessary sharings that you know this sort of spaces need, really just to expand the conversation. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, and then the hyperlink that says StreamYard. This is your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. So if you like to be heard, then this is your ticket to ride. And by the way, before we even go any further, I have to acknowledge something that has just happened today. Let me acknowledge something that has just happened. A moment in time has passed and history. Let me just put it on the screen. So I regret to announce now the passing of Tina Turner, who passed away age 83. So thank you for the memories, Tina. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the memories, Tina. So that's Tina Turner, who passed away. So rest in peace, Tina Turner. So that for a certain, if you know what that means, then we can already document your age, you know. So that was the backdrop to a lot of our growing up years, and some of our music will last to the end of time. So there it is. Another one bites the dust. So yes, click on like, subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the screen. And of course, the buy the coffee thing, which I'm looking to now see more uptakers in this space. I'm looking to see more uptakers in this space. So I want this space now used with increasing frequency. So click on that link and follow the easy steps and do as guided. So click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. So like, subscribe, and all of that. So where are we today? So enough of the preambles. Where are we today? So this is where we kick off today. So we kick it off from here today. Ortom opens up on defecting to APC, vows to support Tinubu after leaving office. So there it is, and it turns full circle, and then it ends where it started from. You know, and by the, of course, you all know Ortom backed Peter Obi throughout the whole of the electioneering phase, because he rose that wave of that zeitgeist that was propelling and hoofing and woofing all over the place. So he was subsumed in the excitement of that. And we saw him in the capital city, whatever the capital city of its state is, in a town hall, telling everybody that he was backing Peter Obi. So now he has now done a 360 to land where he probably instinctually started from. Ortom opens up on defecting to APC, vows to support Tinubu after leaving office. So there it is. There's absolutely categorically nothing personal in that. You know what that is? That is just politics. That is just politics. That's all that is. So that's politics. But will he be supporting Tinubu is the question, because there's somewhat of a funny goings on within the corridors of power. Anxiety as Buhari fails to dissolve cabinet, issues fresh directive to ministers. So now, Buhari issues fresh directives to ministers. You would say, oh, so what's the news there? Well, that is no news, because Buhari, of course, the president, and the ministers is subordinate, so he can issue them directives as much as he likes. The only thing that then makes it news, of course, is that Buhari now has 5 and in a few hours, 4 hours left, 4 days are left in office. So what then directive is he still issuing? Because at this stage, he should have dissolved his cabinet. The ministers handed over their filings, their files to the permanent secretaries of each of their departments, awaiting then the incoming new minister that will be appointed by the incoming new government. So contrary to that, not only has he not dissolved his cabinet, he has actually issued them fresh directives. So what does this mean then for 4-5 days to come. Anxiety as did I switch? Oh, sorry, I didn't even share this on the screen. So there it is. So anxiety as Buhari fails to dissolve our cabinet, issues fresh directives to ministers. So what exactly does this mean? We'll find out shortly. Treachery, it comes with a heavy price. And of course, when you are betraying somebody, they know that you are betraying them, of course, because everybody has the instincts for treachery. Let me have a sip of water. So everybody has an instinct for treachery. So when you're betraying somebody, don't for one moment think you are fooling them. They are seeing your treachery, but how they are going to play it is really what they are thinking. Do they let it fly? Do they play it long? Do they play it short? But this all wrapped up in this now next headline. Tinubu has started dumping those who betrayed their parties, collected money to support him. But then, of course, this is coming from Daniel BOLA. So that we take that with a grain of salt, a pinch of salt, or whatever portion of salt that you are intending. So I'm giving you all these headlines, not on the promise that they will all be read out, because there's so many headlines that we're going through today. But this almost certainly I will read out, because there's a video clip rather that precedes this. There's a video clip that precedes this. So I will play you the clip and then read you this now next piece. Call your girls to order. ABIKE DABIRI tells Arise TV owner. So there it is right there. There it is right bang there on your screen. So there it is right there. So now there's funny going on around that Arise TV space. I think we've actually got to, let me see where the other one is. I think we've actually got about 2 Arise TV storylines that we're looking at today. So there's funny going on within that Arise TV space, and people are starting to call time on the BS that is emanating from Arise TV. So people are starting to call time on the BS that is emanating from Arise TV, and ABIKE DABIRI strikes that first blow. Call your girls to order. ABIKE DABIRI tells Arise TV owner. So quite what's led her to that, I will find out shortly. So now this next one, I'm just going to read you the fullness of it so that we just cap that off in this go. So this is what I'm talking about. It's a bit it's a bit faint, so you might not be able to read it on your screens, but I will read it to you. So this next one kicks off with a tweet that OSENI RUFAI that he has let out on his Twitter space. So this is what RUFAI OSENI says. You all know RUFAI OSENI, of course, the wayward youth from Arise TV. So you can see it right there. Let me highlight it if that will help with the reading. So this is what he says. He says, in Ketu today, thieves raided, stole brain boxes of over 40 cars and stole from people. We can't provide basic security in a mega city. So that is RUFAI OSENI as we know him, of course. You will say he's speaking truth to power, and from the wordings of what we've just read, that's certainly painful home truth to power. In Ketu today, thieves raided, stole brain boxes of over 40 cars and stole from people. We can't provide basic security in a mega city. So another bombshell expose from RUFAI OSENI. Or is it? Is the question. Is it? Is the question. So this is the response now. SP Benjamin Hundeyin. So SP Benjamin Hundeyin is the spokesperson for the Lagos State Police Command, as you all know. So this is what he has to say in response to RUFAI. He says, over 40 brain boxes, one day, one area. I have contacted DPOs in Ketu and Alapere, and I can confirm that there is no such report. I do not want to believe you are spreading fake news. So I challenge you to mention the street. We are waiting. So there it is right there. So people who blindly, and what we are seeing now is that this push now by especially that Arise TV is reached its crescendo and is starting to slowly tumble and very quickly start to feverishly spiral downhill. So it's reached its peak. These are hoopla and brouhaha from Arise TV, ever led by the empty-brained RUFAI OSENI. So that thing, whatever it is that they're doing there now, has reached its crescendo and is very quickly now starting, it's already even started to slowly roll and very quickly, rapidly tumble downhill. So he has put out that tweet that in K2, 40 brain boxes were stolen from vehicles. And this has triggered the SP, the spokesperson of Lagos State Police Command, who then went around all of the formations around that area, and there was no report of any brain box being stolen. So now put up the proof of what you said. But he would then go on Arise TV, and he would start doing that his sanctimonious, head bigger than the rest of his body sort of nonsense that we know now this weird-looking fella for. So there it is. So that's why RUFAI OSENI, just as we know him. And this was the back and forth. This was actually sent to me on a Naira Land, and then I went to look through the Twitter threads just to verify it. So that is the police officer now at top. You know, there's so many things that is wrong about this RUFAI OSENI. The way that his head is out of proportion with the rest of his body is not the least of the things that are wrong with him. It's just a weird guy. That's just all he is, a weird guy. A weird guy, but weird guys and strange goings on. So now, pardon me, you know, because I speak a lot, I actually go through about 3 on average liters of water in the course of these sessions, which some people will say is a good thing, but I don't know. But I go through quite a lot of water in the course of these sessions. So yes, strange goings on, I was saying. So now this next headline. This wraps around the good news that birthed in Nigeria about 2 days ago. The Dangote refinery, first in the world, opened in your own good old former capital state, Lagos. So a lot of global celebration around that. But should it have been in Lagos is the question. Here it is. ABIODUN AMOSUN trade words over Dangote's refinery siting in Lagos. So this is the thing. So it's always been the belief that the original location preferred by Aliko Dangote was not actually Lagos State. It was actually meant to be Ogun State. But because of the arrogance of the stupidity of the politics of that space, they frustrated him, and he very quickly moved to Lagos, where they opened up to the city and said, take your pick. Wherever you want to put your $20 billion, please just tell us where and we'll clear the road for you. Because, of course, the people in Lagos are not idiots. But can you say the same for the people in Ogun State? ABIODUN AMOSUN trade words over Dangote refinery siting in Lagos. So there it is right there. An own goal, if ever there was one. An own goal, if ever there was one, but this certainly an own goal. Buhari appointing me, others as minister of minister of state, unconstitutional. So this is now, just as he's about to close the door for the very last time, he's now telling us that it's illegal. I wonder if the SAN, Festus Keyamo, knew this was a constitutional anomaly when he was given that portfolio 4 years ago. Buhari appointing me, others as Minister of State, unconstitutional. The Agbero SAN from the Creeks, Festus Keyamo. So we look at that as well. And we look at this as well. So now, we've been tracking this storyline for quite a long time. And really, the next headline you are going to see now is one of the primary reasons why Abubakar Malami is not the governor-elect of Yobe State. This next headline that I'm about to show you now is one of the primary, if not the primary reason why Abubakar Malami is not the governor of Yobe State. You see, Abubakar Malami and that little girl's husband, what's she called again? That little girl from the yes, Nedumoko, Abubakar Malami and Nedumoko, they had been running a $500 million Paris Club refund scam against the Nigerian state, which they were struggling to perfect, but he was determined to claim that $500 million. And he needed to be in the office of the Attorney General of the Federation to push this $500 million deal through. So now, when everybody was picking up nomination forms, Buhari invited then that anybody that is a functionary of state that wants to run for a political office, they had to resign from their ministerial. Let me show you the headline so then we are all on board where we are. When Buhari, when they were picking up nomination forms, then Buhari told every functionary of state that if they want to run for an elective office, they had to resign their portfolio. So, of course, Abubakar Malami wanted to be the governor of Yobe State, of course, because he wanted to park his immunity there for all of the atrocities that he had committed for 8 years, the killings, the lootings, and all of it, so that he wanted the immunity of that state house. But he had run this now. So this headline is what we're talking about, of course. Buhari requests Senate's approval for payment of 226 billion naira, $556.8 million. So that $556.8 billion is the scam of Abubakar Malami and Regina Daniels' husband, Neduoko. So that's that one right there. And then 98.5 million pounds judgment debt. So as I was saying, Abubakar Malami, he had run this scam up to 80%, but the country was under pressure then financially, and he could not push this through. Because you see, this $500 million, they were going to be deducting it from each state's allocation in some convoluted dealings that was being run then. So he had pushed it so far, and he couldn't push it quite over the edge. So he had to abandon then his thrust for governorship to perfect this scam. But then he went and packed his immunity by marrying one of Buhari's daughters, the one that has circled around so many husbands. So that's where he's going to pack his immunity. So there's a lot wrapped around this headline. Buhari requests Senate's approval for payment of 226 billion naira, $556.8 million, 98.5 million pounds judgment debt. So last minute looting, and there it is right there. Last minute looting. So last minute looting. Let me see. Should I bring you one more or yeah? Let me see. Should I bring you one more? Let me see. I think that will actually be sufficient goings for now. So let's kick it off with those. Actually, I'm going to kick it off with this one. So let's kick it off with those, and then we'll see where it lands us. So we'll kick it off with those. So that's going to be the backdrop of today's session. So yes, still plenty of spaces left in the studio. So I urge you to come join if you're that way inclined. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard, invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, and all of that. So do all of those as we take another micro break before we launch into the throes of it. But let's go first. You know where we're going, of course. Let's go to, I can't find my clip now. Where is my Care Guide clip? So let's go now next to the Care Guide.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Water. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Papa, oh, night, oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Just a quick correction on something I said earlier. I said Yobe State. People quickly correcting me that it was actually Kebbi State, Abubakar Malami. So that correction, but everything else stays the same. So that correction, but everything else stays the same. So I'm going to kick it off then with what is on the screen now, the ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA narrative with the waywards from Arise TV. But before we get into that, everything started really off the back of this clip. So watch this.
I don't know why Nigerians like to demarket Nigerians on the international scene. Take it back to 2016. Our president, the chief ambassador of Nigeria, had referred to Nigerian youths as largely lazy, and that the United Kingdom should not grant young people asylum because they were criminals. Some of the Nigerian youths were criminal. The chairman of NIDCOM, Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri, had referred to Nigerian young people as cultists and drug dealers, some of them. So if what MD Tiabiyu is saying is in accordance with what his leaders and foreigners have said, but let's get back to the matter in terms, and that's why I said we need to, as a nation, begin to see ourselves and project our image better, in terms of the outside world. The UK has made its laws. Immigration rules and laws in the UK changes per time. They are looking to bring down the number 1 million of immigrants in the UK, so they are making their laws. It's their country.
So there it is. Everything started from there. That wayward youth calling foul. So the wayward youth calls foul. So to this, call your girls to order. Abike Dabiri tells Arise TV owner. The chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri-AREWA, has called on NDUKA, OBIAGBENA, chairman editor-in-chief of This Day Media Group and Arise TV, to call his staff to order. Dabiri-AREWA made the call via her official Twitter handle on Wednesday, May the 24th, 2023, after the station anchor, Ayo Mario Ese, accused her of calling Nigerian youths cultists and drug dealers on her show, whilst analyzing the controversial comment of a UK-based Nigerian YouTuber, MD something or the other, about Nigerian students in the United Kingdom. Mario Ese accused President Muhammadu Buhari and Abike Dabiri-AREWA of demarketing Nigeria. She said, I don't know why Nigerians like to demarket Nigeria on the international scene. Take it back to 2016. Our president, the chief ambassador of Nigeria, referred to Nigerian youth as largely lazy and that the United Kingdom should not grant young people asylum because some of the Nigerian youths are criminals. The chairman of the NIDCOM, Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, Honorable ABIKE Dabiri had referred to Nigerian youths as cultists and drug dealers, some of them. So what MD is saying is what some of the leaders have said. Reacting to the allegation, Dabiri, who worked as a broadcast journalist for years before veering into politics, said that the Arise TV anchor was ruining the broadcast profession. I worked hard to be where I am today. And if women know where your age and achievement, feel the, and by the way, I've got the Twitter where ABIKE Dabiri called somebody drug dealers, etc., etc. So it's out of context, and I will dig it up in a moment. Whoever sent it to me can resend it, so it's immediately to hand on Instagram. Reacting to the allegations, Dabiri, who worked as a broadcast journalist for years before veering into politics, said that the Arise TV anchor was ruining the broadcast profession. I worked hard to be where I am today. And if women know where your age and achievements, feel the only way to bring you down is to spew nonsense, they will mate their Waterloo. NDUKA OBIAGBENA had better call these girls at Arise TV ruining the broadcast profession to order, she said. In another tweet, DABIRI-AREWA said she hardly watches Arise TV morning shows and doesn't know the ladies who anchors the show. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Senate has officially confirmed the reappointment of DABIRI-AREWA as the chairman of the diaspora, whatever. President Buhari, in a letter addressed to Senate on May 2nd, 2023, expressed his desire to reappoint the journalist turned politician. So we'll go back to Buhari continuing to appoint people only with 3-4 days left in office. We'll go back to that in a moment to see what that means. But really, if we see this, and then go back to the fake news of RUFAI OSENI that was called out by the Lagos State Police Command, then you can see that the Arise TV space is now getting into desperate realms. So there's a tinge of desperation now coming from that space. You know, so now these are two major call-outs now. He's claiming that and I cannot imagine that thieves, I can imagine that a chance thief can maybe still bring boxes from a car or two. But I cannot see that. You know K2, if you know Lagos, then you know K2, of course. I cannot see or imagine that criminals will unfettered be taking brain box out of 40 vehicles without any intervention. So that even on its own, it's a lie. But the police investigated it and they've called it out as a categorical lie. So now this girl, Mario, I don't even know when a Nigerian started bearing the name Mario. I thought Mario was a Nintendo game, but alas, it's the name of a human being. So this girl now called Mario on Arise TV is now quoting this lady out of context. I'm going to try and dig up that tweet by ABIKE Dabiri-AREWA in the course of this session so that you can have context to what's going on. But TikTok, it looks as though time might well be up soon for Arise TV. TikTok, and the clock ticks this way. So the clock ticks this way. Ortom opens up on defecting to APC, vows to support Tinubu after leaving office. So it's quite sad to see, but you can just see this slowly and then now rapidly falling apart of the hoopla and the brouhaha that was once upon a time what they called the disobedient movement. So here it is. Here they are again. Ortom opens up on defecting to APC, vows to support Tinubu after leaving office. Governor Samuel Ortom of Benue State has dismissed the possibility of defecting to the All Progressive Congress FPC after leaving office. Ortom, however, vowed to support and work for the president-elect Bola Tinubu as a People's Democratic Party PDP member. Speaking on Arise TV's morning show on Wednesday, The governor said they will continue to ensure equity and justice in Nigeria. Ortom said he worked for the emergence of a southern president because he wanted equity and justice. According to him, this is not on my table. I am in PDP and I worked for the southern presidency, which Tinubu and Obi were part of. Defecting is not on my table now. If Tinubu is sworn in, I will continue to pray and support him to succeed. I remain the leader of PDP in Benue, but will continue to work for equity and justice. So that is you have to understand politics to understand what is being said there, but that is without doubt a turnaround language. This is abandoned. This is another one bites the dust. It's just the way to sum that up. Another one bites the dust is just the way to sum that up. But just in the first readout, we were speaking about how ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA was reappointed and then sent to the Senate for confirmation. But then, of course, nobody has asked Tinubu if ABIKE... Oh, right. Somebody just sent me a message. But nobody has asked Tinubu, of course, if ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA is his preferred choice for that portfolio. So what is going on there is the question. The plot thickens, especially if you give consideration to this next headline. Anxiety as Buhari fails to dissolve cabinet, issues fresh directives to ministers. So those directives then, within what time frame are they meant to carry them out is the question. An emerging report has it that President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday, May the 24th, failed to dissolve his cabinet a few days before the May 29 handover ceremony. Many had expected the president would dissolve his cabinet at the valedictory Federal Executive Council, which he chaired in Abuja today, Wednesday. However, the president instead directed his ministers to return to their offices and continue work. Correspondent report. The Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, made this known at a briefing shortly after the FEC valedictory session. Even though the president had taken official pictures with the council, the information minister debunked news making the rounds that the cabinet had been dissolved. According to Mohammed, the dissolution is fake news. He added that the ministers will work until the 29th of May. So I don't quite know what that means. So because usually they will hand over to PAMSEC. I have forgiven President Buhari, says Ortom. In other news, correspondents earlier reported that Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom said he had nothing against President Buhari, despite their heated relationship that lasted over 2 tenures due to insecurity in the state. Ortom opened up on this development on Wednesday, May the 24th, during a live telecast on Arise TV's breakfast program, The Morning Show. Ortom urged President Buhari, I have to find that ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA's. I beg your pardon, but if I don't show that tweet, then the story would not be complete. There was a space. If anybody can find it and send it to me via Instagram, there was a space that she was having a back and forth with somebody, and she called that guy Omoale, and then she went on to lambast him. That's the one that I'm after. I did have it a moment ago, but yeah. So the story would not be complete without that, but there it is. So Buhari is still carrying on business as usual. So is that cause for concern? So now to this now. This one now you can consider this one in the realms of rumors and subterfuge, more subterfuge than rumors really, only really because of the source. Tinubu has started dumping those who betrayed their parties, collected money to support him. But this is coming from Daniel Bwala. So that's the caveat that we add to that. The president-elect of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has reportedly started dumping those politicians who collected money before supporting him in the 2023 general elections. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and spokesperson for the Atiku Abubakar presidential campaign organization, BOLA, made the submission on Wednesday. According to him, apart from those who collected money, Tinubu has also started dumping those who betrayed their party to support his presidential ambition. Buhari stated in a tweet via his Twitter account that Tinubu follows the Abraham Lincoln leadership model of do whatever they demand from you, and when you win, dump them. He wrote, those who betrayed their parties to support Tinubu and collect his money before supporting him, Tinubu modeled his leadership after Abraham Lincoln. Do whatever they demand from you, and when you win, dump them. It has started already. Pin this tweet and thank me later. So there it is. Outside of this coming from Daniel Buala, you would have some sort of expectation that treacherous people are people you want to, or untrustworthy people. So outside of this coming from Daniel Buala, you probably want to concede that it does make infinite sense for that to be the case. It makes infinite sense for that to be the case. But now let's go on from sense to stupidity. Sense to stupidity. So here it is. So from sense to stupidity, ABIODUN AMOSUN trade wars over Dangote refinery siting in Lagos, spilt milk and tears. So those are the things to come to mind. Spilt milk and tears. Ogun State Governor DAPO ABIODUN and his predecessor IBIKUNLE AMOSUN have traded blames over the siting of the Dangote petroleum refinery and petrochemical plant at the Lekki Free Trade Zone in Lagos State. The refinery, with capacity to produce 650,000 barrels per day, which is owned by Africa's richest man Aliko Dangote, was inaugurated on Monday by President Muhammadu Buhari and 5 other African presidents. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Segun Showunmi, reportedly blamed the Ogun State government for losing the siting of the behemoth Dangote refinery to neighboring Lagos State. Interestingly, both AMOSUN, who was the Ogun State governor from 2011 to 19, and ABIODUN, who has been the governor since 2019, attended the inauguration of the refinery. The two politicians are members of the All Progressive Congress (APC), but operate from opposing camps in the state, with AMOSUN preferring another candidate over ABIODUN, who won his re-election in March 2023. In a statement, ABIODUN's chief press secretary, Kunle Shomoni, said it is painful that the huge investment that should have accrued to the state was lost, especially when the mega project had been initially planned to be located at the Olokola Free Trade Zone in Ogun Waterside local government area of the state. In truth, everyone knows that Segun Showunmi is referring to the immediate past governor, IBIKUNLE AMOSUN, as the man who frustrated the efforts to locate the refinery in Ogun State. We are all aware that the penultimate administration made appreciable and concerted efforts to ensure that the Olokola Deep Sea Port and other ancillary projects in the XYZ become a reality by rallying major players in the oil and gas sector, including Dangote. The present governor, DAPO ABIODUN, served as the chairman of the committee on the Olokola Free Trade Zone projects during his first term during the first term of the immediate past governor. However, AMOSUN, in a counter statement by his media office signed by BOLA Adeyemi, said Olokola Free Trade Zone project was not solely owned by the Ogun State government. He noted that Dangote took a business decision by citing the refinery in Lagos after initial consideration for the Olokola Free Trade Zone. From its conception in 2007, it was a joint venture. The federal government of Nigeria owned a majority of 51%, Ogun State Governor 14%, Ondo State Governor 14%, and strategic core investors 20%. Alhaji Aliko Dangote, according to the information available to us when we took office, subsequently bought and took over the 20% equity of the core investors. Ogun State was a minority equity stakeholder without property strength, without proprietary strength and capacity to take sole decisions on the joint venture enterprise. A mere holder of 14.5% equity interest, it is most uncharitable for anyone to churn out lies that Ogun State was in a position to unilaterally frustrate the project or was responsible for the logjam. With respect to all sides, it accords more with logic to appreciate the fact that Alhaji Aliko Dangote took business decisions of his own in accordance with the goals of his business strategy and risk assessment. So when the big grammars start to come out, then you know that lies are being told. When the big grammars start to come out, you know that lies are being told. No amount of concocted lies, blackmail, or orchestrated falsehood would blight these unparalleled facts. It is therefore interesting to read that the present Ogun State Governor holds me responsible for allegedly scuttling the Olokola project. So there it is. If there is one thing, if there is one Achilles heel to the Yoruba person, it is this big manism that seems to subsume and consume them. This big manism that seems to subsume and consume them. So this is, they say act in haste, repent at leisure. Act in haste, repent at leisure. So this is what we're saying in play here. So act in haste, repent at leisure. I'll only really give you this one as a headline, and then I'll come into the room, say who is available. No, actually, I'll give you this one in the fullness of it, because we have been following this storyline for quite a while now. Buhari requests Senate's approval for payment of 226 billion naira, $556.8 million, 98.5 million pounds judgment debt. Okay, it's not a lengthy read. So, President Muhammadu Buhari has requested the Senate's approval for payment of the amounts I've just stated, judgment debts. The government made the request in a letter read by the Senate President Ahmed Lawan at plenary on Wednesday in Abuja. The federal government had agreed to pay the funds which are for cases against the president and ministries, departments, and agencies through the promissory note. The letter reads, the distinguished Senate President may wish to be informed that the Federal Executive Council at its meeting on March the 29th, 2023, approved the liquidations of top priority judgment debts and general judgment debts owed by ministries, departments, and agencies through the issuance of promissory notes. The judgment debts are to be settled through the issuance of promissory notes, which will then be redeemed over time through provisions in the budget of the federal government of Nigeria. These debt securities have been issued for the settlement of the judgment debts, and approval of the National Assembly is required for this purpose. In view of the foregoing, I wish to request the Senate to kindly consider and approve through its resolution the settlement of the top judgment debts and general judgment debts incurred by federal MDAs in the sum of XYZ through the issuance of promissory notes. The Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN, and Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Zainab Ahmed, shall provide any information that may be required by the Senate for the consideration of this request. So there it is, last minute looting. So this is the price then. I wonder if we condense all of this to dollars, I think their retirement package, that's looking like what, a $2-3 billion retirement package to me. So Bishop joins us, Thomas is here, and Hassan joins us as well. So let's kick it off with you, Bishop, then. So what are you then making then of this ungodly looting by your favorite man, Buhari?
Anyhow, good evening, Nigerians. Good evening, compatriots, wherever you're listening from. Please do the needful, as my brother has said. Click the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. Thank you. And that's the minimum he's asking us to do so. Anyhow, where you started from is quite interesting. I don't know if these things are going to translate into cash. I think it would be very foolish for anybody that wants to loot to now wait till 5 days before now granting approval. Number one thing is that those approvals are not going to translate into cash. If you know how civil service works, it is never going to translate before they leave. Not in 5 days, not in 5 weeks, not in almost even 2 months or thereabouts.
Hold on. I think they may translate into cash, Bishop, because it's asked that they issue promissory notes, and those promissory notes can be redeemed at financial institutions at a discount. They can just take those promissory notes to a bank and then just go to an 80% deal.
Is it the National Assembly that will issue the promissory notes? The National Assembly will approve it. If you go to the budget, even if they transmit it today, it won't get there on Monday. The ministries will not act on it on Monday, so it's going to take some time. Now, if we look at it very well, the judgment debt body that this government inherited is humongous. Is very humongous, both locally and internationally. They fought a number of them. We had judgment debt on Ajakuta. We had judgment debt on PID, P&ID, or whatever. We had judgment debt almost everywhere, as for shipping agencies took us to court, in arbitration and the rest. So they were able to fight a lot of them and reduce them a great deal. But I can assure you, this approval is not going to translate. Yeah, it's part of administrative thing. When they approve it there, it will go to ministry, from ministry. If you know how they do their things, quite honestly, you will agree with me that it's not like, there might be somewhere they will benefit from it down the line, as it continues. But this particular one is not going to translate. And that was exactly what I said about a week ago when we were discussing about the 800 million subsidy palliative that was sent to the National Assembly. Even if they approve it on that day, to get loan, if you have followed the trajectory, so it's okay to be very suspicious, but it's also okay to be granted in some of these things. So yes, maybe we'll say, why this approval this late in the life of the administration? But that argument is neither here nor there, because they will always say government is a continuum, and that they have the mandate, the president has the mandate until the last day. I mean, maybe after Friday, he will not be able to do anything, or after 28, he will not be able to do anything. Speak for Nigeria, act for Nigeria, grant any approval. But he can actually grant approval to the last minute. So, but this money, this approval, some of them are judgment debt that are more than 10, 15 years old. So I don't think it is just because they want to loot it. And I don't think so. That's my opinion, though. I might be wrong and I stand to be corrected.
All right. What are you making of Buhari not dissolving his cabinet 5 days to leave in office, setting them back instead to go and carry on work?
Well, I mean, if they have to work till Friday, why not work for additional 2 days for what they are earning? I mean, it's like it's not written anywhere in the law that when it is. I mean, Buhari that said that his ministers should begin to prepare their handover notes about 6 months ago, and actually set a transition committee in motion about 3 months or over 2 months or 3 months ago. A transition committee that had put together everything and is going to be handing over some of the what do you call it? Handover notes in one of the events this week, either tomorrow after the confinement of the GCFR and the rest. Is going to be handed out. So I think it's just a style. If some people adopt to say, okay, we dissolve just to make fanfare, I mean, if he says, no, that's not my style, everybody go and do your work, whatever you want to tidy it up until the last day. I don't think it's just his style. He has not broken any law, my thinking.
All right, and the reappointment of ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA as the Diaspora Commission czar, just as early as this week. Why would he do that? Has he discussed with Tinubu to confirm that's who he wants?
Number one, I'll say 2 things about that. It was not just like 2 days ago. He submitted the thing, I think on the 2nd for the National Assembly approval on the 2nd of May, and that's about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, can we say it's late in the day to make that appointment? Well, it's neither here nor there, because if the woman have to act outside her tenure, maybe her tenure expires the same day at the president, I will say there is no way we want to dice it or cut it or we want to twist it or roll it. That ABIKE DABIRI will not get a role in the government of Tinubu because she had paid her dues. Now, is the role going to be bigger than what she has now or going to be smaller? I think if there's anybody that is being shortchanged here, maybe because of the work she did, I think that person is ABIKE DABIRI, because I don't believe that she's going to be getting a job smaller than this in the government. She might not get a ministerial appointment because there are too many people in Lagos just for that. But board appointments or parastatal, head of parastatal, I think she should be able to under a Tinubu. And the parastatals are agencies that are bigger than NIDCOM, definitely. It's just because of the personal something and the life she brought into that organization, Nigeria Diaspora Commission. I mean, some people will ask, what are they actually doing? Just interfacing, trying to bring Nigeria together, Nigerians in diaspora together on the round table and see how they can contribute their quota. So it's a lot of work. So for me, I'm sure Tinubu will not object to that appointment. And I would want to say, if she had not been given that one, she probably would have gotten something bigger than that from what to call it now? Tinubu. From for the incoming government of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because I was actually looking forward to maybe seizing the initiative to make ABIKE DABIRI a governor in Lagos State before. I mean, she was a House of Rep member long ago and she's been very active. But those that are the powers that be in Lagos are not looking at her direction. So maybe they have their reasons. Maybe they're thinking of other things that we are not seeing because we are limited by what we see from the outside. So for me, I don't think Tinubu himself, and I want to also believe that it must have been in consultation with Tinubu.
All right, still staying with ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA. So the whole matter kicked off with this tweet that is on the screen now. So now she tweeted this now. So let's pick it up. This was a tweet from Aggressively Obedient. So this was a tweet from Aggressively Obedient. She says, ABIKE, you should be very ashamed of yourself. Just because I told you to stop doing eye service and concentrate on rescuing many innocent Nigerians locked up abroad, especially in Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia. You turn around, I said I went into cultism. So that wasn't the start of it, of course. The guy goes on to call her a mumu woman and all of that sort of the usual names that we know that obedience pays for. So she couldn't bear it anymore, and then she responds, "Oh, there," she said, "you go to Indonesia, carry drugs, do cultism, and come begging to be rescued from death sentence. Thank God for NDLEA Nigeria, now saving people like you from death row." So there it is. And this is what the guy said. He says she should go to Indonesia and see how Nigerians are being treated, mumu woman. So she couldn't bear that anymore. And then she responded, fire for fire. So she responded fire for fire. But then, of course, you know the sort of journalism that they practice on Arise TV. So that sort of journalism that they practice on Arise TV, it took hold of that storyline and tried to leverage it to give it a spin. So then they said this.
I don't know why Nigerians like to demarket Nigerians on the international scene. Take it back to 2016, our president, the chief ambassador of Nigeria, had referred to Nigerian youths as largely lazy, and that the United Kingdom should not grant young people asylum because they were criminal. Some of the Nigerian youths were criminal. The chairman of NIDCOM, Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Honorable ABIKE DABIRI, had referred to Nigerian young people as cultists and drug dealers, some of them. So if what MD Tiabiyu is saying is in accordance with what his leaders and foreigners have said, but let's get back to the matter in terms, and as I said, we need to, as a nation, begin to see ourselves and project our image better, in terms of the outside world. The UK has made its laws. Immigration rules and laws in the UK changes per time. They are looking to bring down the number 1 million of immigrants in the UK, so they are making their laws. It's their country, their laws. But let's not forget that the education.
So there it is. And then ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA, of course, responded in the manner that I read. So now it brings into focus again, and then off the back of the RUFAI OSENI storyline that told us that the thieves went round K2, going from car to car, stole 40 brain boxes, robbed a lot of people, and then the police telling us that they've gone round all the formations in that area and there has been no report of that. So this brings into question, into focus yet again, the sort of journalism being practiced on Arise TV. Call your girls to order is what ABIKE DABIRI is saying to OBIAGBENA, the chairman of Arise. Bishop.
Sorry. I mean, this is loaded, this topic itself, because you have brought in quite a number of things. Number one, Mero. Her name is Mero, not Mario. Mero.
All right. Okay.
Her name is Mero, Ayo, Mero, whatever. And did not quote Buhari correctly in what said, and she took it out of context, which is deliberate. And let me put that there. The guy that tweeted at ABIKE DABIRI, I read it then. I would have felt that if it's possible, she would have ignored. But I'm sure she has actually been ignoring, and she probably got into a broken point. Now look, I need to answer, because I've had several instances where there is no name they have not called ABIKE DABIRI, and I mean, she's a seasoned journalist. She's in her 60s. She did not just start today. She's paid her dues, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry, we call her names. Now, the funny thing is that when people call people names because they are holding public offices in Nigeria, you throw stones at people, you pelt them with rocks and pebbles and what have you, and you want them to honor you with rose petals. I don't know where that comes from. Now, when Mero is taking the reaction of ABIKE out of context, she should have actually gone to look at what prompted that response. People in physics say for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. I don't know if I'm quoting that one correctly. So if somebody is throwing something, I mean, you expect something back. How commensurate, how proportional or disproportional what you are throwing is at. Sometimes you get worse than what you throw, because you have thrown your limit, you boxed your limit. If you have the capacity to do, you will have done more than what you did. So when I first read it the last time when she made that, I felt in my mind that maybe she wouldn't have responded, because it's like wrestling a pig, you know, getting into a mud with a pig. Like they say, the pig will be happy, but you will get dirty. So for me, that is that. Then on the Arise crew, I don't know what they have turned journalism into. One thing the journalists should try and do at all times is to be objective. Are they objective? They are not. And anybody can accuse me of being biased, but I've listened to several times because there are no pushback. What's his name?
RUFAI?
RUFAI. We throw figures, throw things out of context, and it goes away with it because he has people that are hailing him. I do say, and I've said several times, I don't know if I've said it here on this platform, that if Jesus were to come today and there is a popularity contest between Jesus and Satan, I'm not being, I'm being very sincere here. Satan, the devil, will carry the day. He will have more votes than Jesus if there had to be a popularity contest today. If anything like that happens today in this present world, there's a popularity contest between Jesus and Satan, I'm sure Satan will win.
All right, don't go too far with that analogy. We are religious people, but the goings on within Arise TV is something now that is now starting to face serious backlash. Because I'm not sure if you saw the back and forth between your Fayose and this RUFAI OSENI. So there was that one. So now the Lagos State Police, they are now investigating the fake news that he routinely posts on his Twitter space to debunk it. That's two. And now you have ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA calling the Arise girls to order. So that's three, and there's plenty more. So it looks as though senior politics, they are now fed up with the out-of-control conduct of those wayward elements in Arise TV, and they are calling time.
Well, as journalists, they're supposed to be umpires and reporting news and not necessarily get involved. But we all know that they became not political. They were actually very biased, and they did not hide their disdain and hatred for a certain section of the political divide. So everybody knows where their loyalty, allegiance, and their interest lie. So I mean, they are free. It's just that it should have been. They should have just tried to separate journalism from politicking, because it was very obvious right from the beginning where they preferred. And as a journalist, you will invite me. I was one of the many people, that were actually praying that Asiwaju Bola Tinubu should not honor any of their invites to go for any interview there, because obviously, you know, and I mean, luckily enough, that happened. That came to pass. Because I mean, I used to listen to Arise a lot before, not now, not anymore. The bias was way too much, and it was even moving from bias to outright hatred, you know, like serious. So for me, that is not how to practice journalism. I said we knew where AIT was years ago, and when they took journalism to the same place that Arise in now, we all see where they are today. So matter of time. The only shameful thing is that I used to read Ruben Abati well over 30 years ago. I used to read him in The Guardian. Himself and this fellow were two people that made me to be buying a newspaper at some point. What's his name? Olusegun Adeniyi, back of the paper. What's his the column? What's the name of it? So I do buy This Day and Guardian. Those are two newspapers I don't miss. So, but the same Ruben Abati, the almighty Ruben Abati, see what is reduced himself to with the likes of RUFAI, OSENI. But well, they have their own fan base, and they are enjoying what they are doing. So, I mean, as notorious as
do you think they are getting somewhat carried away with the attention that wraps around this sort of, especially RUFAI OSENI? Do you think it's getting carried away with the sort of attention that wraps around the sort of journalism that is practicing, which speaks to a very pecuniary sort of populism, which is not an all-encompassing populism, but it's a wide and loud populism, and that noise then that is getting us feedback from that obedient sort of space, is it feeding off that and getting wilder and wilder in its public pronouncements?
Yeah, yes. You can't put it better than that. You can't say it better than that. He is. I mean, let me just save our time. He is actually, and unfortunately, people that should. Of course, we have regulatory agencies that should ordinarily moderate that space, but they are not doing their job. And the reason they are not doing their job is not far-fetched, because anytime they apply the big stick, people will term it to mean stifling the free media, that there is no freedom of press media in Nigeria. And I dare say there is serious freedom of press in Nigeria compared to several other spaces, but that is what we have now. I hope we will get about. It's going to come to an end at some point in time, because if there is nothing to continue to glamorize about, to sensationalize, because if they are not sensational news, news is to report to us what has happened, not to force your opinion on your listeners or your viewers. But that is what the practice of journalism in Nigeria regrettably has turned to now. That they want to make it is either their opinion or no opinion at all. Unfortunately so, but that is the truth.
Wama, can I ask Bishop one question, please? Good evening, everyone. Yeah, Bishop,
Yes, sure.
do you think they can continue this if Tinubu finally becomes the president? Do you think they can continue in this manner and not be pulled back? Yeah.
I want Tinubu to grow the kind of thick skin that Buhari has. No matter what anybody wants to say, there was no one single newspaper house that was clamped down or television station that was shut down. At least we recorded that in the past. So we are gradually growing. I don't want Tinubu to pay any attention to them. He has ignored them largely when it mattered most. So he can continue to ignore them. If they did not infract on the law, if they did not break any law, let them continue.
No, hold on, Bishop. Are you sure that is what you want? Because this sort of storyline, it negatively impacted on the Buhari administration, especially there was a time that the administration was heavily curtailed and impeded by that Jubril al-Sudani narrative. And then off the back of that, you had then the wave of Arise TV sort of narrative, or just negatively trying to undermine the administration to the point that the country turned against the administration. So, because Buhari ignored them, of course, would you recommend that for Tinubu, or do you think it should be fire for fire and let them feel the weight of government?
Well, despite the fact that Buhari ignored them, condoned all those nonsensical things that were done, still some of them will speak and say that Buhari administration, press freedom is worse under him. We were debating here some time ago that some people actually say that there's no press freedom in Nigeria. On this platform, if you remember, I don't want to mention names, a couple of weeks or thereabout ago, that where's the press freedom in Nigeria? So if Buhari that kind of accommodated them, using your word now, people were regarding him as being a tyrant, being what's the other word now for tyrant? A dictator that without even pushing back. Now imagine that there's any attempt. I think the only thing is just when they say things, debunk them, continue to debunk them. I don't want it will appear like there is an onslaught against the free media. We need the free media, but it's just that we should practice journalism with some sense, with some decency and sense of responsibility.
Exactly. So that was going to be my question. Do we need a free media or a responsible media? Because we have a free media at the moment, but we don't have a responsible media. A prime example being Arise TV.
It is not the media that should do introspection. They should be able to call themselves together. They should have some in-house check. I mean, we have Nigeria broadcasting code. We have Nigeria, what do you call it? This that journalism something. They should be able to sanction their members once in a while. Hey, here you really step out of order here, and there should be sanctions. I mean, call them together.
Do you think the regulations should be tightened more, made more stringent, and their licenses somewhat are threatened by regulation in order to curtail the excesses of elements like RUFAI OSENI?
I think the regulations are there. It's just enforcing them, because the fear of say, oh, they have the power of the microphone, and that is what your friend, what's his name, Keyamo, called the tyranny of the microphone. That because you have the space, you can say anything, and because you have the crowd, that continue to. We are growing, we are maturing. I think we can accommodate some of their excesses if it doesn't cause damage or confusion or destruction into our polity. I'm sure with time they will grow, they will learn, they will know responsible.
Do you think their excesses curtailed the Buhari administration somewhat? And I'm talking about both the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, because you have to wrap him into this free speech sort of area that Buhari ignored, which a lot of people felt cost his administration quite heavily. Do you think that the impact was quite visible, this sort of negative onslaught against the administration of Buhari?
I will say it did. Unfortunately, regrettably, and sadly so, it actually did. But the other alternative would have been, trying to sanction these people, and they go to the market square with this, oh, they are killing the opposition, they are silencing the media, there is no press freedom and the rest, and we have some NGOs and civil society, whatever they call themselves, NGOs, that they are just mouthpiece of some foreign bodies. They are more behaving like they are spies in the Nigerian space now, and they are projecting some foreign interest, So they will mount these things and they will shout it at the rooftop, and everybody believes that, oh, freedom of speech is dead in Nigeria. Oh, freedom of this is this. I mean, the other day somebody was, a couple of weeks ago, was mentioning that journalists are a dangerous species in Nigeria. It was counting journalists that died. He mentioned one journalist that was sick for a whole period of time. You are mentioning journalists that died, as if other people citizens don't die. Say journalists are, because of that, journalists are endangered species. That was a couple of weeks ago when they were doing the Free Press World or something, World Free Press Day. And I listened, and I was saddened by what I was hearing, because everybody knows that, yeah, there will be excesses here and there, either from people that are carrying out orders, but there are more excesses on the part of our media practitioners. There are more. They've done more damage to the.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Before you interject, Hassan, can you check your phone? I sent you a message. Carry on, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, one man. Yeah, I think what you guys are saying here concerning the freedom of press, I think you are not truthful to yourself. Nigerian
opinion, without saying we are truthful. That's to the best of my knowledge.
Hold on. Let Ajanle Koko push back. Yeah, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
And you guys know that the press in Nigeria does not enjoy the full freedom that press should enjoy under democracy. You guys know that. We saw the way the slam on Channel TV, Shehu Okumbanoye, and the other two guys, is it Chimbele and that lady?
For flouting regulations, yes.
How can you, what stringent regulation against the media?
No. Give the example of what you're saying. Give an example of what you're saying.
The example of what I'm saying, when they invited, when the insecurity was at the peak in Nigeria, and everybody was worried that what is going on in our country, and they invited Commodore Adewumi to to their studio, and he broke it down, the mess that is going on behind the scene, and how those that are even the national security advisors and the core agency that are responsible for the national security of the country, how they are compromised, how they have compromised the security of the state, and all sort of things that man revealed, because he was part of them and he knew everything that was going on, and the ineffectiveness of this administration in handling the security of the country. You know how they went after channels. You knew how they went after that man as well. They quickly
but that man was in breach of the code of whatever it is, the non-disclosure, something that he would have signed.
Not in breach of anything.
I wouldn't agree that the Nigerian press is overly stifled, especially when we watch places like Arise TV, when they just make all manners of wild pronouncements, and you have people coming on their stations calling for anarchy against the state and all of that. You cannot have that and then say the press is stifled.
I don't know who came to their studio that called for anarchy, that you can
whenever show raise on a television studio is asking for anarchy. We saw Yusuf Dati Ali telling us anarchy. We even played a clip of one guy that was broadcast. He's still on the snippets we have here, saying they will form Papa. All of these things.
The instances you just gave now, Yusuf Ali made a ridiculous statement. The state security services did not go after him. Is it because he's a northerner? So
no. Let's not go down that road.
Hold on. Is it because he's a northerner? Is that why they did not go after him? Why did they go after Adewumi? Why did they sanction channels and punish them? You see, when you have a stringent regulation against the press, what does that mean to you, one man? That is to stifle their voice. That is to silence the media from operating freely, the way that you operate in democracy. And you guys are saying that, they should roll out more stringent regulation against them. Then who is going to represent the people's voice when the politician does not even listen to the people? When you don't have a vibrant press in a democracy, then you won't have.
Hold on. Does RUFAI OSENI, does it represent the people's voice?
Let me tell you this. Whether you like it or not, RUFAI OSENI is one of our best in the media in Nigeria today. He could
spreading fake news. Spreading fake news.
Hold on, one man. If at any time he goes beyond the line, it could be punished. If he say anything, now, look, the police have responded in this instance that you just brought to us. The police have responded. If the police feel he ridiculed them, they can take them to court, and they can charge them for libel, or I don't know what they will charge them for. And the court will rule. Look at what happened in the United States when the Fox News was running what do you call it? Fake news about Trump. Election when Trump was rolling that lies around the country that they rigged the election against him, and the Fox was helping him to propagate it. What did they do? The electoral body, or how did I say, what's the name of this company? The company that was responsible for electoral counting machine and election counting machine. They took them to court and they got judgment up to about $1 billion. That is how it should be. You can't stifle, you can't roll out stringent this thing. Let the press operate freely, and when they contravene, people.
Hold on. What about responsibly? You say freely. What about responsibly? Should they operate responsibly?
Both.
Are they operating responsibly in Nigeria?
No. If they don't operate responsibly, then what I'm saying, they can be charged, they can be taken to court, they can be sued.
Then what's the purposes of sanctions? Where does that come in? The regulatory bodies.
What I'm saying, that the regulatory body should not roll out a stringent regulation against the press. I'm not saying they shouldn't be regulated, but when it's too stringent, then you want to silence the voices of voiceless people. And the media, if you don't have the media,
hold on. We know that. If the press in Nigeria, they are not representing the voices of the people. They are representing partisan political stances. So
what do you mean by
Arise TV does not represent the voice of anybody other than the voice of their chairman, OBIAGBENA, which is a PDP / Labour Party narrative.
Are they not Nigerians?
That's what they present. TVC is not representing anybody other than APC Tinubu narrative.
So let them.
Yes.
Whoever.
So they are not representing the general good of the mass. They are representing pecuniary interest of their paymasters. But then they often overspill in their excesses, especially that Arise TV space, with RUFAI OSENI being the categorical example of that thing. You know, he just runs wild with them out.
So the PDP and the Labour Party, are they not Nigerians? Do they not deserve to be represented? Their voices should not be represented in one way or the other. What are you talking, one man?
Yeah, but they are partisan.
If it is partisan, they are Nigerian people. They are part of us. We can't stifle them. You cannot say they should not talk. You cannot say that, but if they act, anytime they acted irresponsibly, then they could be sued to court.
What do you mean sued? What do you mean sued? You know, there are code of conduct that binds how a media outlet should operate in Nigeria, everywhere else in the world. So whatever they say, I should have some semblance of truth and veracity to it. And often instances, you don't have that truth and veracity to what we hear on national television. If the NTA is a government spokesmouth, TVC is a Tinubu conduit, Arise TV, it propels everything anti-government and pro-PDP and Labour Party. And within that, okay, you can say they are spokespersons, and like you said, they are Nigerians, but often they overspill, especially Arise TV. So when they overspill, okay, like Yusuf Dati, that was calling that the government should not sign in, calling for an interim government. Those are subversive sort of languages. Should the regulation not come into those spaces? Should we just have unfettered wild speaking like that out of proportion, bigoted RUFAI OSENI?
Wait, let me tell you. when Rafiu Dati, or what is his name, when they make those ridiculous statements on the TV, Channel TV did not invite him to come and make that ridiculous statement. But during the interview, he made that ridiculous statement. Tony Okumpaleye tried to correct him, to let him know that what he said was not, it didn't have, he pushed back. He pushed back against him for that statement he made. But what happened? You see, the regulatory body, or what did you say? They find. Did they find? I don't think they find them, but it's on the agenda.
No, they find them, but it was a slap. It was a slap on the wrist fine. It wasn't it was 5 million naira. That was the fine. 5 million, so that was a slap on the wrist. Don't do that again.
That is wrong.
How can that be wrong?
It is wrong. Let me tell you why it is wrong.
I'm sorry to interject.
When somebody comes on your platform to ask that democracy be subverted,
can I
look? You did not. Let me finish. Between me and woman,
it wasn't live streamed, by the way. I
wanted to remind you of something.
It live stream. It was live.
And by the way, even if it was live streamed, you know that live streaming, both in Nigeria and everywhere else in the world, it always has a 5-10 minute delay in case something happens and they need to cut off quickly. So it still falls within their purview.
Look, it is wrong that the state have to charge or have to fine Channel for a ridiculous statement that guy made. It is not the fault of Channel. Channel invited somebody to come and talk. That person talked ridiculous. They pushed back against him. They saw it, that Shehu pushed back against him. But what could Shehu do? It cannot do more than what it did. So, but it is an effort to silence the media, to stifle their forces, to make sure that they don't bring people that can push back against government shenanigans, that can represent voices of dissent against the government. That is why they are rolling out this stringent regulation, and that is why they are rolling out. They are slamming this guy with ridiculous fine all the time. Look, you can't stifle the voice of the people. You just let the media operate freely. Anytime they cross the line, they could be sued.
All right.
Can I interject real quick?
Interject, Dewale, and then we get back to Bishop.
I want to remind Baba Jale Koko. If you can play these videos on these channels, on this platform, Baba Jale Koko had admonished these particular channels, televisions, before by saying that they are going in the wrong direction. I'm kind of surprised that you are praising them for what they are doing now.
What incident?
You've admonished them for the method of their interview that is more or less interrogation. On this platform, you've said it before.
No,
yes, you are.
Yes, especially when they were
interviewing
La Media Papa.
Remember, watch them before.
What I said on La Media Papa, I said they acted ridiculously. I did not suggest that government should go after them.
Nobody is asking for government after them.
Ridiculously, let us call them out. And if they cross the line against the interest of any personality, like they did to what is the name of this lady now?
Abike Dabiri.
Abike Dabiri. If he under the law, he can sue them, let him go to court and sue them, and not the government be going after the media house. It is not good for democracy. You want to destroy people, you want to kill people's voices when you go after the media all the time.
Please, can I come in?
We are not under military rule. We are not under military rule. We are in democracy.
Let me speak to now.
Can I just come in real quick?
All right, Land Dewale coming Ogbeni, and then you hold on. Land Dewale coming Ogbeni, and then you round it off Hassan. But I just want to add that there is no such thing as unfettered freedom. But Dewale, are coming.
Thank you, woman. I won't take much time. I just want to draw attention and use this platform as a template. Right now, every time there's a rancor, there's a shouting match. What do? Somebody step in and say we got to redirect this program. Right now, what Sean should have done during that interview is like he's in control to control how that interview is going to go. He can as well say, look, let's just go to commercial and remind his interviewee and say, look, man, your statement is probably going to incite some people. Why don't we temper the temperature and let us go this way? He was in charge. He could as well redirect. And that was the reason why that fine was placed on him and his channel, because he was in control and he did not redirect. Yes, he was admonishing, he was reminding him, but he has a control to stop that interview, go into commercial, and remind him, look, there's some things you cannot say. However, if you continue to do this, I can stop this. And it's my show. I have a control, I have power. And that fine was fine. That's what I would say.
All right, coming up, Benny.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening from Scotland.
Yes.
Woman, let me address Babajale Koko. First and foremost, I agree with one man. There is nothing like unfettered freedom. Even under the Constitution, there are limits to where freedom of press hangs. It's not ad infinitum. It's not without some limitations. There are reasons why there are limitations to freedom. What you call freedom of press. It's not freedom to do anything. It's not recklessness. There's a difference between recklessness and freedom. They are not the same thing. When you have freedom, where your own freedom starts or ends is where someone else's starts from. And the custodian of the entirety of the freedom that you have in the society is government. In Nigeria, you have a body called National Broadcasting Commission. Don't forget that NBC is established by law. It's a constituted authority. It's not just any person. And if you go back to their laws, they have their functions. So I wonder why sometimes they try to perform their functions and Nigerians get agitated and you start talking about this freedom of press that many people don't even understand what it means. Because it's not recklessness. Many people think freedom of press just means you can just get on here and just say anything you like. No. The law that established that commission allows the commission to regulate. First and foremost, they're in charge of licensing and monitoring. They're in charge of content regulation so that you don't bring out just any content to the air. They regulate content, the frequency management, and then ultimately regulation of broadcasting. So they are responsible to regulate and control all aspects of broadcasting in Nigeria. So what they ensure is this: for public interest, you don't allow what happened in other nations. See, they didn't just come up with all these laws and all these constitutional authorities to regulate all these spaces. There are reasons for it. And I'll give you just 2-3 examples, and I think I've mentioned some of them on this platform before. Rwanda Civil War, the Hutu Tutsi, was actually fueled, if not practically caused, by media war. There was a particular radio station called RTLM, just like Arise, the same way Arise. You see Arise TV, Arise is becoming a monster if they are not checked. And I will keep saying it. RTLM started like this. Any government of the day, as long as it doesn't belong to a particular tribe, they will start attacking. Tell them, I think it's radio, television, something liberal, my Collins also. They started attacking. They will start attacking. They will start attacking. And eventually that led to the civil war. And we all know what happened eventually. Millions of people that died in that civil war. And we knew how many journalists that the tribunal they set up was held responsible for fueling crisis. We wouldn't want that to happen in our country. And we won't wait until it started happening. We must curb it at the initial stage. Not to keep press, but in order to put regulation into that industry. And don't forget, there's another example I like giving people. There was this what do you call this? In Myanmar, if you remember the anti-Muslim riot that happened in Myanmar, it was caused majorly by a radio station that kept projecting a particular narrative. And this same thing almost
that was the Rohingya Muslims, wasn't it? That in Myanmar.
Yes. Yes, that Myanmar, that anti-Muslim riot. It was caused by a radio station. A particular radio station, I can't remember the name now, kept peddling a particular narrative until that thing led to war. And then if you can remember, in the late 19th century, even in the same United States of America, there was this outbreak of what you call Spanish-American War, 1898. What do you think that caused that war? They call it yellow journalism. Go and do research on yellow journalism. That was what led to Spanish-American War. People coming with sensationalist, reporting. You pick a news and you twist it. You pick some characters and you start demonizing them. See, they've started with Abike Dabiri. If you are not conversant with that space, try to get conversant with that space. There are some characters. You see, imagine a Rai TV. When you bring some characters from a particular space to the TV station, you start be friendly with them. You suggest questions, you suggest answers to them. You smile with them. You laugh to them, and you create your own narrative. But when even good news, go on, just go and check Arise TV reporting on the refinery. You hardly see something positive from them. Even when good things are happening to Nigeria, they still find a way to read that negative thing into it. This is how all these stations I just mentioned started. And they led to full-fledged war. So we shouldn't allow that in our country.
Do you think that space is under-regulated?
I believe NBC, I believe NBC has not been working for years. They just started working now. And people, started seeing it like, because they've not been working the way they should over time. So it looked very strange or sound very strange to people when they see NBC finding. It's not today. I think here before, I've had this issue with Rational Mind when I gave examples of Trump suing a lot of journalists in US, and he got compensation. So okay, look at what happened now. They just brought Abike Dabiri out and they said Abike Dabiri said something which she said she never said. That is libel. That thing alone can close down that station if we are in a serious country where judges are ready, to go deeply into libel and ask anybody that has published anything libelous down. But we'll keep saying our own. But for me, the reason why I just came on here now to just speak is that don't see freedom. Don't think the synonym of press freedom is recklessness. No. Press recklessness is what government must control. When you say press freedom, there are limits to it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Hassan, you wanted to address that space as well.
Yes. How is everyone doing? Good evening from here. Okay. I just want to start with the Trump example that Ajali Kuku said that Fox News was fined after a year and all that. But if you've been following the thing closely, at the time things were unfolding, and in the minute by minute, when it was clear on that January 6th that the protesters have breached the Capitol Hill, even before that, Fox News actually changed their narrative. Fox News acknowledged that President Trump did not win. There was one of their veteran broadcaster that stuck to his guns during that time. It was One American Network, another fringe network like that kept, spewing the Trump narrative all over. In fact, at the end of the day, it was, but you can see the effect of not controlling a dangerous narrative at the time it's supposed to be controlled. You see, that embarrassment, that very act had set America back, and their examples, decades, because they've been preaching, and in fact, even dictators were, mocking America on Twitter and all that. Those are the effects of recklessness in journalism. It happens. And even the other guy, one general that Ajali Koko that was talking about, a former general that was not privy to classified information and things that were happening in government, just came on studio and started spewing conspiracy theories and things like that. Of course, the government would have to do something about it. Everybody, the people that have spoke before me have said the reality about that, and I totally agree with that. So I just want us to, not think that freedom is just something that you just have access to it anyhow. No, especially when there are serious consequences. War. Before you are able to control a narrative, people have died. No, freedom should not be like that. Even common sense should tell us that freedom should not be such that it causes plenty of lives to be lost before it is curtailed. That said, there are a lot of interesting topics.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Hassan. So round up that space in a tidy summary, Bishop, and then we'll move on.
Good.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything more to add, except that sometimes the objectivity should be, I don't know. I'll just rest my case there. Because I know, and I've listened to several persons, about the way journalism is being practiced on Arise. A few years ago, in 2015, AIC ran a documentary on Tinubu, and they took them to court. And when they saw that it was likely to go, the other way around, they apologized. They came out and apologized, and the thing was resolved, amicably. Recently, when they carried out that, there's this something about Tinubu again on Arise. That drug, something that Hunde was. Yeah, if not for the distraction, Tinubu, they actually wanted to take them to court. Now, I will go back to what happened in that 2015. The narrative was that, if they carry out that, if Tinubu insisted, it would have led to the shutting down of the, what do you call it now, of the station, and a lot of people will lose their jobs and the rest, and it will jail. But when you are doing these things, if you are aware of the repercussion and the consequences, you will do things rightly. Before any TV station get licensed, they know what the broadcasting role and codes are. Now, Adale Koko is saying they are ruling out. Nobody has brought out any new law. These are laws that have always been there. When we are addressing issue of national importance, we should be dispassionate about it. It is not because it is APC, or it is because it can set Nigeria ablaze, and we should be careful. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Bishop. Still a few more things to go through, but let me move the conversation round and take it in the direction of Hassan. And Hassan, now, having an ego is always a good thing, but knowing when to sheave that ego for the greater good is always a wise thing. So I think. So let me mute for a moment. I'm hearing myself back. I think this is what is missing in Ogun State, and much to their eternal regret now, the golden goose that would have been laying golden eggs for decades and centuries to come. They were locked up in internal fighting, and that goose found its base in Lagos. So Dangote. So we just celebrated now the opening of Dangote's refinery, the biggest in the world, but in Lagos State. It would have been in Ogun State, of course, where his original choice was, but the internal squabblings of that space. So what are you then making then of the back and forth between DAPO, ABIODUN, and IBIKUNLE, AMOSUN, Shetima's best friend?
talking to Shatima. I don't know if it is AMOSUN. Maybe you guys know him, but that guy that I was talking to, I'm very sure it's not Shatima. Anyway, you see, there is this thing about us in Nigeria. Common with youths in southern Nigeria. It's not that common here in the north. You know, when anything come, and it does not only stop with the youths. I mean, sometimes even the leaders, they get involved. We like, you know, to take rent of anything, whether it is developmental or not. People will just come, feel it. What we had, at least, you know, from people, is that when Dangote decided to go there and build the indigenous people that, you know, stood up against it. And you know, the back and forth that is being reported in the news right now, that the governor AMOSUN failed to, you know, act upon that. It might be something even happened at the ground level where the people say they will not agree, and they brought out have to be met before any private you know, activity will be done on the land. What the government should have done at that time was to ensure that that is done, but they didn't. And you know, sometimes it's not even these things that we read on the news. So even investors, even our federal government, this is not only a governor's thing, because I remember, and during the tenure of who was that, the last president, or Goodluck Jonathan, and early in Buhari's presidency, there were people who were investors that came to Nigeria and had great ideas to come and implement in Nigeria. One was that the people close to the president gave them conditions that they must give them so amount of dollars, that you must bring to so. So we, the leaders, and sometimes even the people at the grassroots, they create very person will not tolerate, and
your system is dripping quite heavily.
Okay, I think it's the network. So I said, so I said, so sometimes our leaders, and even sometimes even people at the grassroots, they create ridiculous, you know, and demands for people who are coming to invest their hard-earned money in your space. So you create this ridiculous demand because you have you are narrow-minded. You cannot see beyond your nose. Something that will benefit you, benefit your children, benefit your great-grandchildren, because of one stipend, you end up doing harm to yourself, and now you'll have eternal regret, because now you see this has already started, this talk, and that was a once in a lifetime opportunity. Things like the Dangote refinery will not happen, you know, it doesn't happen every day.
In fact, it doesn't happen globally, regularly.
Yeah. Why we always need people who you know, think right, who are not too much in their leadership, and sometimes even that governorship position in Nigeria, I feel is too powerful. I'm one of the advocates that we should remove any sort of, you know, this immunity that we give our governors. I don't think they deserve it. I don't think our governors deserve any kind of immunity, and maybe each state will have to strengthen its own laws. I think as far as, you know, bringing foreign investment and creating an enabling environment, I think some of these things should be taken at a very seriously, in such a way. Maybe if we remove, you know, these handouts that all the states are getting from the federal government, maybe it will make them to start thinking straight about then, you know, attracting investment, and because that is the way that they will get paid. But this idea that the federal government will give you money every month, it makes our leaders mentally and strategic don't even care to think, because
yeah, but you are sorry, Asa, mute the YouTube, or mute it because it's echoing back. I think that's where the thing is. You are on two devices, But you are entering the realms of resource control. Is what I was saying.
Yes, that's true. And I strongly believe that is the only way, that our governors will begin to seriously think about ensuring that the business environment in their states, is up to standard and it's just working such that only a profitable business can generate, healthy tax for you as a government to get. So when you create the enabling environment for people to come and make money in your space, then you are inadvertently creating job opportunities for your citizens, even if it is for their own selfish reasons, for the selfish reason of the government ensuring that it has enough to spend. That will make it possible for the ordinary people to feel, because the way money, the commonwealth is distributed in Nigeria is flawed. How can the federal government and the state government, because the local government, has been taken to the paupers, they see nothing. So it's only the federal government. In fact, the federal government is even more equitable for me than the state government, because what the state government is, because they keep killing our rural areas. They get this money and they don't even stop on their own money. They hijack the local government's money and then invest it in an urban, few 2-3 urban centers in the state, maybe build roads, unnecessary bridges, and say, look, we have done work. But your primary constituency, you've not touched the lives of maybe more than 80% of your people in rural areas. You're just waiting for another election to go and distribute cash for them, and then you continue. You see, this whole approach of money reaching hands, that is not supposed to reach. So at the end of the day, you see, the money will stop along between the federal government and the state government. And these people, the way they distribute this money is within just a cycle of a few people, just few people that will come, the one that are doing contracts and things like that. So the money does not go down to the grassroots, and therefore Nigerians will be very, very poor. They do not feel any impact of the government. That is a serious problem. And for me, one of the best ways to curb this nonsense, imagine if we were operating a system where you needed, investors to come to your place, a huge investment like this, I don't think AMOSUN would have passed it by. I don't think even ABIODUN would have, passed it by. But this thinking that it doesn't really matter, and it's a long-term project. So most of them will be thinking, and by the time they are complete, they finish this project, I may not be even here. So short-sightedness, really, it's just short-sightedness. Yeah. Now they will see it, others enjoying it, and this will be a lesson anyway.
All right. Sorry, Hassan. You have us on two devices. We're hearing ourselves back.
Still?
Yes. Can you hear it?
I can't hear the echo myself. I already logged out of YouTube.
All right. Let me mute you to put a question. All right. So take us to the Ortom space then. So he was one of the arrowheads of the Peter Obi narrative. Now, from this headline now, the language of surrender, Ortom opens up to defecting to APC, vows to support Tinubu after leaving office. So in the readout now, he categorically rejected any idea of defecting to APC, but then, of course, surrendered to the Tinubu presidency. So is this then another one bites the dust in the noise-making obedience space?
It's over now, isn't it? It's over.
Yeah, enjoying it too much.
Yeah, it's over, isn't it? You see, my grouse with Ortom is sensationalism. You see, this, in fact, my grouse with Nigerian media or generally is also sensationalism. This Fulani name has been taken to the dust. The Fulanis, there are criminals in every ethnic group. But in our case, because the president is Fulani and he has a thick skin, he can take it. All other Fulanis had to take it too. no problem. That and you know, Ortom actually is a populist. He used the way what when I had Ortom supporting, because I was expecting he would follow Wiki and support Tinubu. When I saw his stance that he's supporting Obi, I said, oh, okay, birds of the same feather, you know, they fly together. So again, it's the same thing. He's a divide and rule kind of person, and his strong point is, you know, is ethnic, no, and religious politics. That is what he does. And you know, because Benue State is a majority Christian, you know, enclave. Yeah, it served him well, and because he had a Fulani president, it served him well. It served what you know, this father earlier. Really, you know, he brought him back to his senses now. And what will tell you that that space is too religiously charged is the fact that it's another Reverend Father that won. But he countered the other narrative that that Ortom really put out there. So Ortom's body language, his speech, you know, is that of surrender. I don't think I've had him say Fulani once since they lost. Now it's over, isn't it? Now
hold on, Hassan. Hassan, let me take you back to something you said earlier on, and I think you hinted at it in previous conversations. I think we all somewhat know that there's somewhat of I won't say an anti-Fulani sentiment in the country, but there is a suspicion of the Fulani stock in the country. So now it's very easy to say that is only because Buhari is president, and you can say that. But what do you really do? You identify that sentiment is there, and what do you think underpins it?
The sentiment is there now because I feel it. I've seen it, and in some of our distant relatives, you know, they were attacked. I know of some people that were living in one of the southwestern states. They were law-abiding Fulani people, resident. They don't even, you know, herd cattle, or they don't wander about with cattle. They are settled in the community. They've been there for more than 70 years, but they had to leave because of all this brouhaha. So it has really affected some of my distant relatives and all that. So there are implications for, you know, stereotyping people. There are implications for being prejudicial to people, and there are implications for discrimination of a certain people. We complain all the time about, you know, the way in the West, you know, they have racist undertones in their policies and in the way they talk and the policies that they have for Black people. For some of us that are Muslims, we also complain that there is an anti-Islamic sentiment in the West and things like that. So a lot of people will look at that. They are Blacks. They don't want to be stereotyped as Black people living in Western countries, but they'll come on the media and they'll start saying, Fulani this, Fulani that. And you think these people are intelligent or they are educated, but no, they have let, you know, their emotion get the better of them. I understand how somebody, you know, can be overcome by the anger of what has happened, especially if lives has been lost. But the media, you know, really, you know, because Buhari just took his eyes off all that, they actually use that space and they run amok with a narrative about the Fulani stock that is going to take us some time for us to recover, you know, the kind of the injury to that ethnic stock. Anyway, you see what has happened to
Hassan, hold on. How much of it do you think is down to the sort of wanderer sort of lifestyle that the Fulanis largely have, not wholly, but largely have, where they wander the expanse of the that sub-regional landscape, and they're not really ever really fully settled in any community. So there's no real contact with them to get to know them and what they're about. So do you think a lot of this is wrapped around the way of life that they have just are always on the move, and nobody really knows who they are.
You see, the Fulani problem, I don't know why I even say it, because it's been so repeated over and over again. Okay, the herdsman problem in Nigeria is not a uniquely Nigerian phenomenon, really. You see, there are other tribes. I mean, in the whole of the Sahel, and even if you go into North Africa, that are also having this wanderer lifestyle. If you know of the Maasai, they are more in East Africa and Central Africa. There are some people who I would call Abzinawa. They are more in Chad, Niger, and Mauritania. They've been having clashes with farmers. The first remote problem of this is global warming. Water sources, natural water sources are drying up because of global warming. If you look at the Lake Chad, for example, you'd see, maybe in its map representations, you may not understand how big that water body is, but maybe when you go on Google Maps or Google Earth, you try to see what the water body is like. That water body in 1970, in the 70s, it was supporting close to 40 million people, the livelihoods of close to 40 million people. Where do you think all those cows that you've been getting from the north is coming? And for years, we have a train station in Maiduguri, we call it Kaswanshanu. The bulk of the cows that is taken to Port Harcourt, to Lagos, to all the southern, they are coming from that area close to the Lake Chad. And from 1970 to now that I'm talking to you, the volume of water has reduced by 70%. You only have 30% of what it used to be. So that space has shrunk. That is a water body that rice farmers depend on, fishermen depend on, pastoralists depend on, because it's not even only because in Nigeria we mostly eat cows, the Fulani mostly, rear cows, but there are people who rear camels and sheep and goats in Chad and some parts of Niger. They all depend, but that water body was shrinking. So that that the water was becoming a scarce resource, a very scarce resource. As it was dwindling, a lot of pastoralists had to flee, because there was no longer enough grass to cater for all the cows. So naturally, they were coming more inland into more areas that they were coming southward, where we have some rainforest here and we have some Sahel savannas here. And in the north, we have pretty much two seasons. So either we have a rainy season or it's a dry season. So during the dry season, those pastoralists, they have an established route that they've been taking for centuries. That is where they take their cows when there is no grass in the north. So they take that route. So, and because of the global warming, there was disease among those cows. A lot of them also, died of dehydration and things like that. So a lot of Fulanis, lost their means of livelihood. And the typical, bush dwelling Fulani man is not the type that goes to school. What he knows is only his way of living. If he doesn't have a cow, there's usually a problem. That I would admit is a problem in the Fulani, in the rural Fulani lifestyle. So now, when all these things happened, government was very slow in responding to the social needs and the emergency that was happening within the wandering Fulani stock. So it so happened that, unfortunately, and that is why sometimes I'm not part of the people that praise.
Sorry, Hassan. You see, this is what you're painting is a narrative of tradition coming in conflict with modernity. And when tradition comes in conflict with modernity, then tradition has to yield, because modernity is progress and it's the future. So this now long-standing way of life that the Fulanis have always had, is now the moment that they have to reorient them to a new way of being. So that wandering the landscapes of the West African sub-region, because development is moving into the spaces that they traditionally route through. So that's no longer available. And there'll be constant pressure on that way of life. So is this now the time for a reorientation, a realignment, a new learning for that way of life?
Yes, that what you said might be one of the mitigation measures, but I don't actually see it as that. I'm seeing it as living in a time where the consequences of global warming are beginning to hit us, in the face. We're beginning to feel the real impact of climate change. You see, when we hear of climate change, we think it's some arbitrary term. I would think it's just so far off from us that it's not going to come and bite us in the behind. But that is unfortunately not the case for us, at least in the extreme end of Nigeria. And we are seeing how the desert is encroaching. You see, this whole Boko Haram thing also has a lot to do with that dwindling of the Lake Chad. A lot of people lost their livelihood, and then they were vulnerable for people bringing bad ideas, because if you are frustrated, if you don't have a means of livelihood, anything that someone brings and tell you, you can just go and join, especially if you see like this is going to bring you good money. So the Fulani thing, as I was earlier saying, I was earlier discussing, was it so happened that at this very moment there was a proliferation of small arms, so cheaply, so easily gotten in the whole of Africa, especially because of what the things that happened with Gaddafi and the continuous civil wars and things like that. So the Fulani had access to weapons that they initially did not have, because Fulanis have always tried to eat people's stuff in farms, but in the north there is a way you deal with them. Okay, you can deal with them physically, but when they bring AK-47, you are no longer in a position to stand and fight, because that would be foolish for you to face somebody with an AK with sticks and guns or your juju. It will not work. There is where juju will reach, but bullets don't know.
Do the Fulanis have juju?
I know. There is no juju. I'm not a superstitious person. I'm a Fulani, but I'm not a superstitious person, really. I've seen people who believed in juju in Borno State, in Maiduguri, and the way Boko Haram were just blowing their brains.
Hassan, in Yoruba land. In Yoruba land, we have a juju called Kanoko. That means, let's say for instance, you are going from Lagos to Ibadan. If you use Kanoko, you can make that journey in 10 minutes. We believe that the Fulanis, they have Kanoko, which is a particular sort of juju.
Yeah, the Fulani are very, 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 very good strategists. They know how to attack. They can plan. They are very stealthy. So if you see their normal formation, when they want to attack somewhere, they walk very silently. So if like 15 Fulani people were to attack you, the way they will encircle and attack you, you would think they were 500. They have a very, very good way of doing it, and it's a knowledge that's been passed down generations. So usually when they attack, say, a village in the night, and maybe 20 people came to do that attack, the manner in which they carry the attack without talking too much, with just hand signals and whistles. Sometimes they make bird sounds, sometimes they make owl sounds. You think that you have been attacked with spirits, but no, it's just a traditional way of doing things. So, and this knowledge, they are hidden. You have to be part of it to understand what is actually going on. So you take the impression that your enemy or the person attacking you has juju and all that. Yes, good for the person that is attacking. Believe what, because the human mind is something anyway. If you believe in spirits and ghosts, you'll see them everywhere. So it's just it.
All right. Let me take you back to the politics of it. And let me take you to this space. All right. I have to mute you. The echo is so much. Let me take you to this space. Buhari requests Senate approval for a payment of 226 billion naira, $556.8 million, etc. So what's going on there with 5 days to go his administration?
I don't think, just like Bishop said, I want to agree with Bishop on everything he said about this. I think Bishop is right. This money is not going to be stolen by Buhari as people will think. And isn't it even quite straightforward that these are judgment debts? And, if you want to steal, this is not the time to steal. Everybody's eyes is on this money. And the Senate, everything is changing in a few days' time. If they want to, rescind these things, they can still rescind them. But I don't think this is something that Buhari is just trying to make sure that he takes credit for doing these things, so that when the next time these judgment debts accrue, and Tinubu will have a fresh slate. Because it's taking so much time that they've not done anything about this. And that is what I will just add. I don't think, but it's Nigeria, as Bishop said, something might happen, but I don't think, the reason for pushing this is about stealing money. It's more about, taking credit, because Buhari will want to say that he paid everything off before he left and all that. That is just what I think about that space.
Sorry, I'm muting myself. And Buhari not dissolving his cabinet. What are we reading into that? With our 4 days left, he's still giving them marching orders to go back to the office. What are we reading into that, Hassan? On mute.
So many things that were done late in this administration, isn't it? The $885 million, this one now. I don't think that the transition, committee and the work that they are doing, I don't think they are done with it in the manner that the governor, the president wants. And that may be pushing him, to say that they will keep working until the last day. But it's a structured thing. I know they have their timetable that they will need to meet up to. And they are going to be done with all this, keep working thing before the day that they hand over. I don't think they are not going to dissolve them, but if it reaches next week, it's meaningless to say you are dissolving anything or anybody like that, since it's not a requirement of the law. If it's not breaking a law, then I wouldn't read too much meaning in these things, really. Did you get me or you lost me?
Yeah, sorry. No, we got you. So I'm muting you to get the question in because of the echo and the feedback. ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA versus Arise TV. You spoke a little bit on that. Expand your thought.
Me, I'm an ABIKE person. Let me just say this off the bat, because I love this woman. There are some people that I just love them because of what they've done, for the country. And she's been there for long. She's done a lot of good work. And if you just look at the last 7 years, the kind of things that have happened, a lot of emergency situations. This woman was working behind the scene, ensuring that Nigerians, wherever they are, they have somebody who, represents them, who is proactive, who has the ear of the presidency, and that person, goes there and gets results. We've not had somebody like ABIKE for a while, Dora Akunyili. She paid her dues. I love that woman. Obi Ezekwesili, I loved her too when she was in government, but when she later became an activist too, I loved the work she did for, bring back our girls, because she's an effective person. But I do not agree with some of her politics. But you can't agree with a person on anything. So Abike is one of those women that I hold in high regard. Another person too is Amina J. Mohammed, the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. So this woman she's a mother for a lot of Nigerians. I told you I have a cousin who was in Sudan during that time. She was part of the people that were evacuated and came back. If you hear the kind of things he was saying about Abike, very, very good. It's always a relief for us in Nigeria when we have somebody that stands up for us, because for long we've not had governments that really cared about what happens to Nigerians outside. And if you listen, because we've talked about this on this platform some other time when we're discussing about Nigerians who are in foreign prisons and foreign jails. Those are not the type of Nigerians that you want to break a sweat for. Really, they don't deserve your time or your energy to talk about them on air and anything really. Just like Bishop said, if I were her, I would have ignored it. But she's only human, and I agree. Sometimes you need to give it back, because this Nigerian space, you have to be a Nigerian to navigate it very well. Nigerian Twitter space. Let her steam off. At least she's human too, and she has a right to say what she said. What she said is true, because it is interesting that he's talking about Thailand and Indonesia, right? All those people there that are there, they are drug traffickers, and because they have very stringent laws for drug traffickers there, it's either you are sent for life imprisonment, or they just eliminate you. It's death row. They don't know they play for there. So even if you have a citizen who go and breaks people's law, then you cannot say anything. We have a lot of Chinese nationals too that are in our prisons right now. We have a lot of people from different countries. Nobody is coming after them because they broke laws here. So who in his senses will go on Twitter and begin to say all these nonsensical things about a Nigerian of repute, a Nigerian that is patriotic and is doing her duty diligently and is helping us, to regain some of our images that we want to do, and the kind of projection we want to give about us caring about our citizens and ensuring that wherever they are, Nigeria, it will always come true for them. This woman only deserves commendation, really, for any patriotic Nigerian. If Nigeria is in your heart, then you should. There is no way that you can look at the work that this woman has done and begin to call her all sorts of nonsense, except if something is wrong in your head.
All right, brilliant approach. So for reasons of the echo, let me go on from you, Hassan, to Ajale Koko, who is also with us. So Ajale Koko, you're up next. Hopefully you are ready, Ajale Koko. Okay, let's try.
One man.
Yeah.
Go to someone now. I'm at the middle of something. Yeah, come back to me.
All right, let's try Kumi, who is also there. Kumi, are you ready? All right. Let's try Thomas.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So to you then. So kick it off from the ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA narrative. Give us your thoughts on that.
Yeah, ABIKE AREWA DABIRI, she's a woman being. It's not everybody gonna take online abusing, especially Nigerian mother. They have their way of doing their things. You understand? Especially the one that's very hardworking, the one that submitted. They don't want anything to stain them. If you notice, that's how they are, especially Nigerian mother. You understand? Imagine someone see the job the woman has done so far in this last 8 years. I can tell you, almost all the crises Nigeria have outside the country, our response is very, very positive. And it's not because of any other person, it's because of the impact and the teamwork of this woman. You understand me? See, let me tell you, there is some part of Nigeria, there is nothing you can do. Even you bring Muhammad and Jesus come, they will still criticize it. And that's what is affecting us. You understand me? Imagine, see, the guy, I don't know why you never talk about this thing. I expect you to talk about it, the guy about the UK stuff. See, the guy started from...
No, I considered it, but I thought it wasn't strong enough. You mean the guy that
it's very strong. It's very strong. Imagine the guy started from YouTuber. See, there is so many things that they go and check them on YouTube. They downgrade our country. Even is majority for people that recognize our country, say positive thing about our country, is from outside Nigeria. People outside Nigeria. And see, I listen to Ajale Koko. We can't continue this way. We should not say anything good about our country. It's totally wrong. I've been in Ghana, I've been in Togo, I've been in all these countries. They don't do better than Nigeria. You understand? We still far behind them. Even South Africa that have developed, the most developed among all of them, they still lag behind. Their human resources is very lag behind Nigeria. You understand? When someone is saying that TV station they can say anything, because of many of us, we are already outside the country for many years. We don't know the implication of when people are fighting war or when there is a problem in the land. I think we should always think about the people that I want Nigeria to pick. We should have a sympathy about the poor people that they don't even know what is going on online, and they are the ones suffer for all these things that are going on in our country. ABIKE, she is a wonderful mother.
All right, just on that Nigerian guy, MD, he calls himself, who kicked off all of this thing. Just for the purposes of people who don't know the backdrop, the guy had put out something on YouTube to say that the Nigerians are applying, and you know, by the way, that the United Kingdom is pulling back the visa facilitations for Nigerians.
Yes, there's full restriction of NOS because of this.
No, that not because of it, or not because of the guy's video. They had done it, and then the guy's video came subsequently. The guy had said that the Nigerians are applying to come and do masters in the United Kingdom. They are not really coming for the purposes of the education. They are coming to do JAPA, which we all know is true, by the way. But so that then kicked off a chain reaction. So that was a piece that was being addressed about demarketing Nigeria internationally, which then led to the ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA narrative, which then spiraled into this fist fight.
Yes. Yeah, that's me. My own opinion on all this is there is no matter anything. We need to be patriotic Nigerian in everything we are doing. We know we have our issue. We know we have our issue, but we are progressing. No matter how we want to say it. Let us check how our journey so far. You understand me? Imagine we have the democracy in early of that 1990. I believe we should have gone more than this. And the same that democracy, we want to open our eyes to spoil again. We should not promote that. We shouldn't promote that. You understand me? Because this is the only thing that's making us going forward. Because military they don't even have they don't have any positive impact. They stole all the money, they took everything away. I believe we should just be very patriotic, because I listen to Ajale Koko since when I'm joining this platform. I never hear any positive something. It's really unfair. on Nigeria.
No. Ajale Koko is not negative. Here is realistic, and I think that's what we need. We need realism in some of our narratives.
You can see how let me tell you, you can see how people always go against everything he say now. It's not only
the truth is bitter now. Otokoro,
let me ask you a question. You say Ajale will never say anything positive
about Nigeria. Yes, about Nigeria. Yeah.
Is Nigeria better off now than 8 years ago when Buhari took over the reign of government?
Can I quickly answer that question?
No, yes.
Yeah,
answer yes or no.
I have different people back home. Some people they like better.
Hold on. Is Nigeria better? Is this the Nigeria that we want compared to what we had 8 years ago?
The same thing has been going on a long time.
Okay, just forget. You see, when people doesn't want to say the truth,
I can answer the question
is Nigeria,
because you just want me to say yes or no. No, I can't just say that.
No, okay. Is Nigeria better today than 8 years ago when Buhari took over the administration, the reign of government from Jonathan? Is Nigeria better than it was 8 years ago? Hello?
I can say it's better.
Okay, all right, fine. Let's forget it. It's okay.
I can say it's better. You can ask me in which aspect, right? And I will explain to you, sir.
Okay. On the security, is it better? Are we better off on the security?
It's better because people in Borno State.
Hold on. Okay, you have answered that question. Fine. You have answered.
Yes, it's better. Yeah.
On the economy, are we better off?
We are progressing.
We are progressing. Are we better?
Yes, we are laying a foundation.
No, hold on. Is the thing better?
We are heading to somewhere.
Oh no! Are we better than 8 years ago?
We are better because
okay. So number two,
there is nothing like Dangote.
Okay, number two, you have answered your question now.
Yes.
Number two, we are better. Yes. On anti-corruption, are we better than 8 years ago?
We still better.
Okay, all right. I'll leave the rest to one man. Let's continue.
Okay, that's all I can say. One man. That's my contribution.
All right, brilliant. So take us to this space then, the back and forth between the police functionary in Lagos State and RUFAI OSENI. So RUFAI had gone out to tell us that 40 brain boxes had been looted from vehicles in a stealing spree in K2. The police went to investigate and found no such matter. So we're in the realms of fake news. So we were just discussing, is it time now for tighter regulations around the media in Nigeria?
Yeah, we totally need the regulation. Hi. I'm in the middle of something. I'll join later.
All right, thank you. It's going very well, isn't it? Let's try the Prime Dot, who's just joined us. So the Prime, you're up next. Pick it from where Kumi just left off.
Well, good evening, one man. You see, first of all, when I want to talk about people that I have my own reservations for, I first of all show my cards like, okay, this is me, so people can know my sentiments. I don't like RUFAI OSENI. There is a difference between being a critic and being a sadist. When you are a critic, you are objective. You say it dispassionately. When you are a sadist, it's about your ego, that everything that is said must be countered, must be wrong. On Arise TV, despite the likes of Dr. Abati, being a PDP, a pro PDP, was a former, PDP member, he still tries to come to the middle. Sometimes RUFAI is just making this all about himself, and he brings some ideology to what he's saying. So, I heard what some other previous scholars said concerning the stability of the country. If media is not checked, when people say media, as if what they are doing is absolutely noble. Media is also a business. And in business, you look for a market segment. So when you see people with certain grievances, it's a good market segment. So taking media at this noble value, it's sometimes naive. If someone gives 1,000 naira to all Nigerians, Rufai OSENI will come tomorrow and say 100 reasons why that is wrong. So that is just my own, perception of him. Sometimes it makes some sense, but sometimes he's on the extreme. Or maybe I looked at him, maybe he's being young and he still has this aluta mindset kind of thing. I don't know. Or probably his case is like the case of Yoruba, so they say Afenuwamoto King Jam. I don't think he has really, okay, maybe because Dr. Abati has been able to have the opportunity to understand that there is difference between wishes and action. He has been in government. He understands the mechanism of governance. I think Rufai has not done any of those kind of things. So he is mainly speaking from the point of ideology on most things he is saying. It's not on personal experiences. And the narrative of being political, I think a media that should be protected is a media that tries not to be political. Because when you are political, you are holding on to an ideology and the other person must be wrong. That is the funny mindset we have in Nigeria. So there's nothing good I will say about Rufai OSENI. Maybe if you can give me something next.
All right, let me take you through the space. Anxiety as Buhari fails to dissolve cabinet, issues fresh directives to ministers. So where the concern is traditionally, and the expectations should be, they've had a valedictory meeting, which is to say a goodbye meeting. And at that point, then Buhari should have dissolved the ministers, dissolved the cabinet, asked the ministers to hand over their notes to the permanent secretaries of their various ministries and parastatals to await then the incoming government to make its own appointees. But a lot of concerns then that Buhari has not done this. He asked them instead to go back to their offices and carry on work. So what are you then making then 4 or 5 days to go? Buhari still clinging on to power?
I think Buhari dropped the ball on, I think, okay, let me put it like this. He lost his eyes on focus somewhere within his administration. Now he's doing some of those things rush, so that it can be tagged on his name. I'm telling his ministers to go back to work. I don't know the work you want to do in 5-6 days. It's just, I think it's just a way of, okay, you go back to work. There is nothing anybody is doing. Any serious minister, the work he is doing is tidying up his files to properly hand over to the next person coming. I don't see a big deal in that. There is no work. Within that 5 days, there is Friday, Saturday, there is Saturday, Sunday. So technically, it's like 3 days. So there's no work anybody is doing. except we just like to scratch our head and pull every strand of our hairs on top nothing. That's the way my people will say it. There is saying his ministers will go back to the work they could not do in 8 years. So it is just 5 days. You want to do everything. Out of the 5 days, there is 2 days holiday. So I think we should. It's not worth wasting the times of people on this panel. I think there's no discussion on it.
All right, and is this the real? Rudolph, your mic is not connected, so make sure it is connected. You know enough to know how to do these things. Make sure your mic is connected so we can connect you. I think Rudolph wants to come and say hello to us. But to this space, then Ortom opens up on defecting to APC, vows to support Tinubu for leaving office after leaving office. So it's almost like I've often used the analogy: drop the dead donkey. So re-click on the hyperlink and come in. So maybe you can energize the space. Or whoever just left there. So we've often used the analogy of drop the dead donkey, and this really applies now. It's almost as though we're overflogging that obedience space now. So Ortom now, one of the arrowheads of that space, he now vowing to support the Tinubu administration. So, I mean, another one bites the dust. So really, should we just leave them alone now? The game is over.
You see, let me start by saying Nigeria is a funny place. There are rich states, there are poor states. There are states that can afford to be in opposition. There are states that cannot afford it to be in opposition to the federal government. So if you want to really survive politically, there is more. You have to always align yourself with the federal government. For example, Lagos State did it. It was against the federal government. It could survive. What do you really think Ortom will do? He's no longer probably the governor. I guess he's leaving. He failed in his senatorial bid. Can he start an opposition with? Can he remain in an opposition with Obi or Atiku? Either knowingly or unknowingly, they all worked for Tinubu. So even Obi should be at the inauguration and be given a seat to sit. He did a good job. Unknown to him, he was used. Ortom is left with no political option at this point. Even if it's not defecting, at least it should be in good terms. Maybe he can get people, his own people, into the government at the top. So, except for some major states that can afford to poke the bear of the federal government, maybe like Kano, like Rivers, like Lagos, those major states can do it. But any other state is left with no option than to fall in line.
Do you feel there's still a sense of apprehension, even with 5 days to go and so much reassurance? Do you think there's still a sense of apprehension that even at the 11th minute, something, because there's still a sense that something big is still about to happen in this election? Do you feel that sense? And what do you identify as that big thing? Because I feel a sense that there's something big is still about to happen.
There's no big thing that is happening. The big thing that is happening is on the 29th that we are having Tinubu sworn in. You see, one thing I noticed.
Well, something big is happening on the 26th when decisions will be made about that's tomorrow, by the way, double dipping.
That is one of those. That is what I wanted to say. You see, one of those reasons that I think Tony Blair came to Nigeria yesterday or so, that was in the news, was to send a message also to those people that are willing to rock the boat. In 2015, there was war in Syria. Europe had to cope with refugees for just 45 million people. Half of 45 million people came to Europe. Europe was destabilized. Their system, it was like an earthquake. So the world leaders cannot afford problem in Nigeria, especially UK and English-speaking countries like America and Canada, because that is the destination we are coming. So there is nobody that is going to cause chaos in that country. They're going to push you out. Like, hey, they're going to silence you. They did it to Abacha and Abiola. So I think there is no big thing, because any big thing that happens on 26th is going to cause chaos. So there is no big thing. The only big thing that is happening is on the 29th. It's as straightforward as that to me.
What do you make of Tinubu not being at the Dangote refinery? Yeah.
I think sometimes you should allow people have their spotlights. If Tinubu was there, it takes away from the shine of Buhari. He understands those things. He wants Buhari to get the full credit for that, so he had to stay away. He has, in the word of Kolata, he always say local standing when he's trying to establish your right to be involved in a case. Tinubu has a local standing because he's one of the pioneers of that vision to have that trade, that free trade zone in Lekki to build that region. He has reasons to be there. He has been the one handling Lagos all this while. But I think he just felt, okay, Buhari should have his time in the spotlight. Let him enjoy his shine. And I think it's reasonable of him doing that. Because obviously, if he was there, then it becomes a case of almost two presidents. Where will people be? People who want to migrate towards the new power to be at the detriment of the existing one. So it's going to cause rancor. He's an old man that understands some logic about life. So I think that does it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Hold on, I had it like let me take you to this space. I did not actually read this one out. Appointments of ministers of state unconstitutional. So this is Festus Keyamo, who curiously was a minister of state himself. The outgoing minister of state for labor and employment, Festus Keyamo, says it is an aberration to appoint a minister of state. He stated this whilst making a speech during a valedictory session chaired by President Muhammad Buhari on Wednesday. Citing some portions of the Constitution, Keyamo, however, noted that his observation was not out of ingratitude, but as his contribution to the nation's constitutional development as a relatively young democracy and to aid future governments to optimize the performance of those they appoint as ministers. He explained in a lengthy speech made available to the press that it is difficult to assess the individual performances of ministers of state since their discretions were shackled with the discretion of the minister, as any original idea developed by the minister of state are subjected to clearance by another colleague in cabinet before they can sail through for consideration by the council. So Festus Keyamo, now a minister of state for 4 solid years, only now discovers that it is unconstitutional, that little thing within the constitution. So what are you making of that, the Prime?
In this life, I've come to understand one thing. Like, there's this saying that person where they chop, no they talk. When it suits you, it's okay. When you don't benefit, you start to critique. That is the way of some people. I think that advice could have been good or valid maybe 6 months or 1 year into that position for him, then it could have been more objective. But you don't get the benefits all through. You rode on that horse, then you now like, okay, it's time to condemn it. And sometimes um, the young Kiamo is not what he is now. The young Kiamo with Ganifawe in me was something different than the political Kiamo now. So I'm tempted sometimes to push him towards Fani Kayode kind of people that they say it when
sorry, the prime. You know, there are so many politicians that have gone from the left to the extreme right within the Nigerian space that somewhat disappoints. You know, as we were talking about Festus Keyamo just then, I was thinking about Adams Oshiomhole, who was a trade unionist for such a long time. And then he went into mainstream politics and he has emerged as probably one of, if not the most corrupt governors we've ever had, certainly one of them. So Festus Keyamo again from the left to extreme right. So no ideology within Nigerian politics.
Because we have this culture of when it suits me, it's okay. We are fundamentally flawed people. I'm sorry to put it like that. People will come to you from different direction of religion. They will come to you from the direction of culture. They will make you see white to be black. So let me not, without denigrating his personality beyond redemption, I think that is extremely hypocritical of him. If he thinks it's not a legitimate portfolio, they should go through the National Assembly and make it a legitimate portfolio. I think that is the path to go.
You know what he is suggesting is that it's somewhat of a duplicitous portfolio, because you know we have federal character within the Nigerian constitution that the governance must reflect the public face of the country, representing everybody. So I think that minister of state, they use it as a sort of a magic trick for the federal character thing. So, and we saw it with Buhari especially, who appointed his clansmen into all of the key positions and then gave everybody else a subordinate role of Minister of State to meet that constitutional federal character requirement. But it's a duplicitous space. It has no real meaning. Every parastatal, every ministry has a palm sec. So essentially, a Minister of State is no in description more than a palm sec, is neither a full minister or a civil servant. So it's just a meaningless position, as Festus describes.
I think the problem of Nigeria is so huge that there is no role or there is no portfolio you are handling that you don't have more than enough work to do there. I understand some level. If you want to look at it from the point of management, we're looking at wasteful spending, duplicity of office, and all those stuff. But at the end of the day, have they really done what they are supposed to do? Are they functioning to the peak of what is expected of them as Minister of State? They're not even doing that. So that is
but what is expected? What is the role of a Minister of State is really the question. What's his role?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. If you said that Minister of State is like a subordinate to a minister or a deputy minister, my question is almost like, are the ministers really functioning to the best of their capacity? The workload is much, so they should divide the workload and do it effectively.
Yeah, but what Festus Keyamo is telling us is that the Minister of State is not a decision-making role. Because your ideas are subordinate to they are subject to the approval of your overlord, which is the minister, before it even then gets to the Federal Executive Council. So it's just it's a ceremonial role more than anything else.
Can't you see from the point of people seeking authority? That is just another part. Like everybody just wants authority. It's not about getting the job done. If it's about getting the job done, the VP to a minister, let's put it like that, should do his job. The job for the Nigerian people needs a lot of job. There are a lot of things a minister of state can do in conjunction with the minister. If it's not a totally constitutional portfolio, I think they can work towards making it a properly constitutional portfolio. However, they are not doing the job of the people. There are times probably like, okay, let's look at Minister of Aviation. He wants to go negotiate how to get airline, and someone wants to negotiate how to build airports, international airports around. So those are duties that can be divided between the full minister and the Minister of State for Aviation. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, concerning the job, are they even really doing the job, or they're just seeking authority?
No, that's a wider question. Let me give you sorry, because I think we are missing the heart of what Festus is saying. So maybe a moment to give you the readout, then we really get to the heart of what he's saying. Because he made a lengthy speech and confronted Buhari frontally on this matter. It says, Buhari appointed me others as Minister of State unconstitutional, Festus Keyamo. So a handful of unquantifiable. So this is a speech that he wrote at the valedictory service, which is the matinal parade, essentially. A handful of unquantifiable gratitude to President Muhammadu Buhari and recommendation to address the constitutional conundrum of Minister of State. Being valedictory speech by Festus Keyamo, SAN, as Minister of State for Labor and Employment at the Council Chambers Presidential Villa on Wednesday, May the 24th. So he itemized it. So now let's now see what he has to say. It says, Mr. President, you first appointed me as Minister of State in the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs in August 2019, and you later redeployed me as Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Employment. Number 2, today I cannot find the words to express the depth of my gratitude to you for finding me worthy, out of over 200 million Nigerians, to be nominated and subsequently appointed to serve as a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My curriculum vitae has been greatly enhanced forever. Number 3, from my humble beginnings in a small dusty he's not going to do this, is he? From my humble beginnings in a small dusty town in Delta State, where I was born and raised by my struggling parents, all the way to the council chambers at the presidential villa, where I had the honor and privilege to participate weekly in decision-making for my country in the last 4 years. It has been a fairy tale. I give God all the glory. Number 4, what I am about to say, therefore, is not and should not be construed as an indication of ingratitude. Far from it. What I am about to say is just my own little contribution to our constitutional development as a relatively young democracy and to aid future governments to optimize the performance of those they appoint as ministers. Number 5, Mr. President, the concept and designation of Minister of State is a constitutional aberration and is practically not working for many so appointed. Successive governments have come and gone, and many who were appointed Minister of State have not spoken out at a forum such as this because of the risk of sounding ungrateful to the president who appointed them. However, Like I said earlier, this is not ingratitude. As a private citizen, I am on record to have gone to court a number of times to challenge unconstitutional acts of government for the sake of advancing our constitutional democracy. So it will be out of character for me to have gone through the government and be carried away by the pomp of office and forget my role as a member of the inner bar and my self-imposed role over the years as a crusader for democracy and constitutionalism. Number 7, Mr. President, I crave your indulgence to explain this constitutional conundrum of Minister of State. Section 147 and 148 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended deals with the appointments and responsibilities of ministers of the Federation. The said section states as follows. Section 147 is well worth reading it just to, because okay. I have, I have an issue with this Minister of State idea as well. So let me just conclude it. Section 147, number 1, there shall be such offices of Minister of Government of the Federal of the Federation as may be established by the President. Number 2, any appointments to the office of Minister of Government of the Federation shall, if the nomination of any person to such office is confirmed by the Senate, be made by the President. Number 3, any appointment under subsection 2 of this section by the President shall be in conformity with the provisions of section 14 subsection 3 of the Constitution, provided that in giving effect to the provisions aforesaid, the President shall appoint at least one minister from each state who shall be an indigene of such state. Section 148 subsection 1, the President may, in his discretion, assign to the Vice President or any minister of the government of the Federation responsibility for any business of the government of the Federation, including the administration of any department of the government. Number 8, furthermore, the 7th schedule to the 1999 Constitution provides for the oath of office to each minister must be subscribed. There are no different oaths for minister and ministers of state. They all take the same oath. Number 9, in addition to the above, the minister designate appears before the Senate and are grilled and cleared as ministers, not as ministers in some instances. And let me take that again. Number 9, in addition to the above, the ministers designate appear before the Senate and are grilled and cleared as ministers, not as ministers in some instances, and ministers of state in some other instances. It is at the point of assignment of portfolios that successive presidents then reclassified some as ministers of state. Some may want to justify this by saying the president is given the discretion by the Constitution to assign whatever responsibilities he likes to ministers. Yes, I concede Mr. President can do that, but not by a designation different from that prescribed by the Constitution. Simply put, it is akin to the president assigning responsibilities to the office of the vice president and redesignating the office as deputy president under our present constitution. This is clearly impossible. Why then should that of the minister be different? Number 11, what's more, ministers are appointed pursuant of sections 147 subsection 3 of the 1999 Constitution to represent each state of the Federation. Therefore, ministers sit in cabinet at the eye of Mr. President in each state of the Federation. It is therefore against the intendment of the drafters of our Constitution for a representative of a state to be classified as against another representative of another state. Number 12, the schedule of duties of ministers and ministers of state that intend to cure some of these anomalies hardly help the issues. Firstly, the schedule of duties are observed more in breach by the permanent secretary and directors, who really cannot be expected to serve two masters. And in any case, many of the roles of both ministers are so ambiguous that the bureaucrats will always interpret them to satisfy the wants they see as the senior minister or main minister for fear of being persecuted. So it goes on and on. Let me see if it doesn't go on. So it goes on and on. I'm not going to bore you because it's a tedium. But essentially what is saying is that minister of state is not captured within the constitution, and it's just a fob off just to essentially meet that constitutional requirement for federal president of every state. So what are you making of Kiyamo's argument?
Okay, this is the situation. You see, there is time utility to arguments. If he has felt this much that this is wrong, and probably by the virtue that he is a serving minister, he doesn't want to jeopardize his chances. What about him talking to Falana to raise this issue and make cries about it throughout his 4 years as a minister? He didn't do that. Hello?
I'm here. Carry on.
Hello?
I'm here. Carry on. We're listening.
Yeah, Falana was there. He's a close associate of Falana as a conduit for him to have raised this kind of situation. If he's talking of procedures that they didn't meet the required, like the requirements of law, it's a bit different. But after serving, my concern is like, bro, you're not being sincere, because he could have raised this while he came into office. He has a conduit through Falana or other senior advocates in Nigeria to raise this. But he didn't do that. However, this whole thing is just one of the ways they waste the resources of the people, where they duplicate functions, they decide not to automate some functions and so many other shits they do in government. But I think the timing is suspicious. It's suspect. Like, hey, bro, you could have done this earlier. That's just my stand. Yeah, please. It's okay.
Very well. The issues he brought up, he probably could have seen that there was a constitutional issue with being a minister of state or something, but one could not identify when he saw that. One could not say this was when he saw it, because even more senior lawyers like Falana, they never brought it up, which suggests either they didn't see it or that they saw it and felt it was inconsequential or not necessary. So we could not say, oh, he had known before.
It doesn't strike you as curious that 4 days to the end of Patrick.
No, wait. Now I'm just saying that there are even more senior lawyers that have challenged government in the country, and none of them brought it up. You understand? It does not mean that he didn't see it ahead of time, but it could also not mean that he didn't see, that he's just not seen it. But that's not the point. The point I'm making is that look at all the limitations he was able to bring up, like the PS, the directors are always open to the senior minister. He couldn't have known all that before becoming a minister of state himself. You understand? So now he has been in that position. He's bringing all that experience to help our country. That's what you should look at. He said, look, I've been a minister of state. This is my experience. Even if we say put it in our constitution, there's a limitation in the operation, considering the operational assessment of that office. that limits the power of that office or that limits the capacity of the office to function well. So it's just bringing it up. It could as well have, it's not seeking any favor from Buhari again now. It could as well have just left it, and the problem will continue. So it's now saying any coming government can look for a way, either putting it in our constitution and then designating and delineating their roles and functions and things. I know in the Ministry of Education, they separated that because Minister of State are in charge of secondary education. That's why Wike was the one in charge of WAEC and all those stuff when he was there during that Chibok girls issue. So it's just advising the government. So it's not about him. Then another thing I want to say is that
hold on before you run off to the next point. There's I'm not going to concede that element of altruism that you are trying to accord him. It beggars belief that with 4 days, he's been there for 4 years. 4 years. And then with 4 days left for him to pack his bags and get out, he has now suddenly come to the realization he's had an eureka moment, and then he's just coming to a wisdom that this thing is not constitutional. That stretches credulity to the nth degree.
Okay. One man, do you know how many lawyers...
Please, Patrick, let me say one thing, please.
Okay.
Let me say one thing, please. For him, in particular, he didn't get there as a baby lawyer. He was already a senior advocate of this country. So he was well versed in law and he understands those pitfalls in our law. There are so many senior judges. He has access to people that can bring up this thing. And as one man have said earlier, it's difficult to believe that you enjoyed that privilege for 4 years, and in 4 days you now saw how wrong it is. My people,
I agree with you.
Yeah, my people will say now. It means nobody doesn't know how to put meat at the side of the cheek and say, there is nothing there. So I think
agree with you. But the point is that what I'm trying to bring up is this. There have been so many lawyers in cabinet. He was not the first senior advocate of Nigeria in cabinet. In this cabinet alone, I'm sure we have close to maybe 7 or 8 lawyers.
I think this is just a case of power aggregation. Someone wants to aggregate power.
I'm trying to build an argument. You see, in this cabinet alone, we have close to 7 or 8, if not up to 10 lawyers in this Buhari's government. Even in the same Obasanjo, because Obasanjo was not those that created Minister of State. We have so many lawyers. And we have so many lawyers, activists, and everyone. They are not bringing it up. So I will not cascade and say, why are you bringing it up? Could they have kept quiet? Okay. But another point that I'm even trying to bring out that you spoke about the other time is that, the Keyamu that was a young man is different from the one that is now. For every one of us that is listening and speaking, the young man we were is different from what we are now. It is because some people have not grown up. That's why they went to slap policemen and they have arrested them. You don't expect Keyamu to still be behaving the way he was behaving when he was an activist, a student union, like Owore is still behaving now. When he was a student union. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
I beg you.
Yeah.
Okay, now, go on. You don't expect Keyamu to still behaving like that. You don't expect Oshomole to still behaving like that. Oshomole, Keyamu were driving on highway. Now they are flying a plane. You don't fly a plane the same way you drive a car. When you grow up, you gain perspectives. It's an aspect of, it's an evidence of growth. You gain perspective, you see things differently. When I was a child, I used to see my father as, this one is too strict. Those things my father used to tell me. I used to see him troubling me. Now I'm old. I'm a parent. I'm beginning to see things differently. And those dimensions begin to influence my behavior and so you don't expect Keyamu or Okchomole to be shouting aluta. For what now? Now they are to be able to make a
can
difference.
I say one thing?
And
Sorry, can I come in?
Yeah.
We've seen people that have stayed true to their values all through the majority of their lives to at least 60-70%. The late Gani Fawehinmi stayed true to his value.
He's going to stay true to value now. But if Gani becomes president of Nigeria, that I wanted to be, you don't expect him to still be doing a Luther and going to government?
No. Hold on. What I'm saying is this. I placed it on percentage like 70%. The likes of Falana, nothing much has changed about them. I understand the point of that position of being a critic is different from when you are the one responsible for actions. You see things because you have a broader perspective of things.
And now you have access to some information you never really had access to when you understand.
Now,
that is what is shouting and making now.
Yeah.
If you make it the government, we see things differently.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. Like, when he saw this, are we trying to say Keyamo is that stupid that it took him 4 years to realize that the Minister of State doesn't really have authority?
Okay.
He's not that stupid.
Can I intervene if you don't mind?
Okay, Bishop.
I share your sentiment, and I share the sentiment of every person that has spoken. But can we, for a moment, just separate Keyamo from the message he's trying to pass across? Is there substance? Is there something, a takeaway that we can, dissect to improve our polity? Is there something that is useful in what he says? So let's just pretend that it's not coming from Keyamo. It's coming from somebody that knows the inner working of the government. Is there value? Is there some substance in what is raised here? Can we try and analyze that?
Okay, I think you're absolutely right.
So sorry, let me come in. To what you said, Bishop. Only because you are asking, we'll make that separation, because I'm very reluctant to make the separation. There's an inherent hypocrisy in what he's saying. But if we set the hypocrisy aside, there is actually substance to what he's saying. There's substance to what he's saying, because if the constitution does not defend that appointment, and he used the analogy that you cannot just transmute a vice president that is documented in the constitution to then redesignate it as a deputy president. So the constitution must be sacrosanct, and even though the Nigerian president has almost celestial powers in terms of what is vested in his hands, the thing that vests that thing in his hand, which is the constitution, he does not have the power to just so I think he has a point, is my wider point. But sorry, the Prime, you wanted to go. Yeah, come in.
Okay, actually, if we want to go by what Bishop just said, like, okay, let's leave the messenger and treat the message. I think he has a point. You understand? And I believe so we should probably do away with the super minister and allow the Minister of State to work, because I think it has more roots. The constitution gives it more legitimacy because of that requirement that it should have a kind of federal character presentation. So rather than duplicating offices, probably the super minister should be done away with, and probably we should stick with Minister of State to each state.
Okay. Let me quickly now add this. Now, if we all remember how we arrived at having Minister of State, I will quickly refresh our memory. The Constitution requires that there must be a representative of each of the 36 states of the Federation in the Federal Executive Council, the Cabinet. Now, as at then, we had only 17 core real ministries before some other ones were just created for the creation of it. So there is no way you will have 36 ministers from each state manning 17 real ministries without having some as minister and some as deputy ministers. That's one. Then eventually, again, under I think it was under Ambassador or something, or that now still went ahead and increased the cabinet to 42, picking some one minister from each of the 6 geopolitical zones. So we now have 6 plus 36. Now we have never really had more than 20-something ministries. Remember when Buhari was coming, one of the objective was to match some ministries. That was the mindset he came with, that they need to collapse some ministry. But when they told him that, look, the one that is even on ground is not even enough to go around all the states. Because if you match these ministries, some states will not have ministerial position. So we are in between the hard place and the rock. Can we do away with some states not having representation at the Federal Executive Council? No. Can we multiply our ministries so that we have enough ministries that there will be there will be ministers, substantive ministers in all the states of the federation, when we are actually talking of reducing the size of government in Nigeria? So it's a decision that is going to be tough for anybody to take.
No, hold on, Bishop. You cannot have a constitutional aberration, because then you'll be acting outside of the constitution. So that Minister of State, as Festus Keyabo has pointed out, is not supported by the constitution. So that's one. But then there is scope to increase. There's more than enough scope to increase ministers to 36 and more, and still have them have solid enough portfolios that are relevant. Because you can, because there's so many ministries. Minister of House and Work and Housing. Those are two solid enough ministerial parastatals by themselves. So you can't act arbitrarily manner against the constitution, surely.
I'm not saying anything different from what you are saying. I'm just asking critical, relevant questions. Can we increase our ministries to 36? No. Let me help you to answer that.
No. Yes, is what I said.
We need more than even 36.
We do.
We need 36. Let me 1 minute. Now we are talking of where everybody has been making a noise about. Number one, what do you call it? What's this slogan that is going on? Restructuring. If we restructure, there are a number of things that we don't even need a federal minister for at the presently as it is. But if we take a census of our ministries as it is today, one after the other, we don't have 36 ministry that is relevant to the growth of Nigeria. Because there are some, I remember people who have argued against the Minister of Agric before. Now we don't need a Minister of Agric at the federal level. I've had that argument that you don't need the Minister of Education.
Hold on, but that's a nonsense. But of course we need a Minister of Agriculture. Whoever said that should be flogged.
Okay.
No.
That's your view.
Yeah.
That we Minister of Agriculture. I'm not saying.
Do you think we don't? Do you think we don't need a Minister for Agriculture?
If we let's go back to where we were in the 60s. How many ministries do we really have?
We have regional then official.
States are subnationals now that have replaced our regions. So it's still the subnational. Then we have the federal. Then we have the regional. Regional were the subnational then. Now states are the subnational now. So if I have a state minister of agriculture, commissioner for agriculture in my state that knows the peculiarity and the products of my state, why do I need a federal minister of agriculture?
And that would be the coordinating minister.
Of what?
Of the parastatal.
use that as an example of why we now need ministers of state. Let's take that's why. So because some are now, and the minister of state is just a nomenclature. It actually means deputy minister. That is a supervising minister. People ministerial appointment, and there are just probably about 20 or 25 ministries as we have.
But that's a job for job's sake. Now it doesn't carry. It's not a decision-making position, and it's not an administrative-making position, because the minister is the decision maker, and the PAMSEC is the administrator. So the minister of state just floats in the ether somewhere.
All right, like I said, just to broaden the scope of our discussion, now let's leave Kayamo out and look at the issue very critically. Do we need to expand? Everybody is saying that we need to reduce the cost of governance. We need to reduce the governor. That's been in the public sphere for a long time. You remember Orosai report? Orosai reports the collapse of almost about how many hundred parastatals and agencies. Now they are just duplicating what the others are doing. So we now have to decide: do we want to go ahead to multiply these ministries, or to do what we need to do to reduce them? If we are going to reduce them to reduce the cost of governance, definitely at some point we need to get to, do we really need 36 ministers, as it were? I mean, as we have it presently.
We need more than 36 ministers.
More than 36, no, my brother. The problem of Nigeria is more than what we are looking at. We need someone to be held on the throat like, hey, this was your responsibility. Why didn't you do it? For example, even in agriculture, you can separate agriculture from forestry, because the timbers, they are real cash crop that requires, the attention of a minister.
So what state owns their forest? What concerns the federal minister in coming to administer forest for us?
No, hold on now. If we are going by that argument, then we don't need any federal minister at all, apart from defense.
No, not that we don't need any federal ministers. I'm just asking.
But the states have commissioners for everything that you have at the federal level.
Is to harmonize those things within the states and make money from it. That is, I think, the job of these ministers. You see, however, if we think we should not have ministers of states because we want to reduce our cost of governance, sometimes we are not doing ourselves the best of service. That is just my view concerning the whole thing. I yield the floor.
All right, brilliant. You yield the floor, and I'll also yield the floor to Thomas to take us through what is left of the session. So we only have a few panelists, so I suspect a shorter session for you. Thomas, over to you. But on my way to Thomas, over to you. Let me acknowledge Praise Daddy. Nobody's super chatting us anymore, but he continues in that space. And let me acknowledge Ayo for the coffee as well. So over to you, Thomas, for what is left of the session. Thomas, to you.
Yeah, thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. One man, send me the review. Yeah.
All right, I'll do that.
Send me the review. Yeah, I think we're going to have a short session today.
Yeah.
Maybe thereabouts. Yeah, because we have few people on the screen. Yeah, I will see you. Yeah, later. Yeah. Who is on the screen? Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko hasn't spoken, Nabi. Ajale Koko. Baba. I think Baba is busy.
I think he's busy.
Yeah. Who wants to take on? Yeah, who wants to take on the topic so we know where we are going?
Yeah.
As Bishop has spoken, you kick off the section. Are you sure? Am I right?
I opened the floor. I did the round robin at the beginning.
Oh yes, the round robin. Yeah, but not to the main course.
I actually spoke on about 3 of the topics there, but there was an interjection
interjection. I know. You know that the beauty of the platform is the interjection. That is what really what people want to listen to. Yeah. Let's go to. I was spoken on Peter on Ortom trying to abandon Peter Obi. Back to Tinubu.
I don't want to talk about that. I can skip that. That's just
Why now?
Politics very wrong. I stand to be corrected. We've had all manner of shades and characters in our polity. I don't know who is more. I don't want to use the word that comes to my mind. You know, somebody will say you are more something like letter K in the word knife or letter E in the word euro. I don't know who is more between Ortom and this Abia man. I think we prove the quality of people that rules us. Ortom is just it's just not it. I mean, so.
But Prince, why do you think this man cried through the 8 years of his tenure about the ravaging of the? Who is speaking? Can we do what? Kumi, yeah. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I do.
I'm good, and you?
I just want to say, can we all just agree that Ortom is incompetent governor?
But I'm building something up. You can't tell me. Yes, yeah. You can't tell me. What he's crying about. Even though I have my reservation for that, but you can't say the man doesn't have anything to cry about. You can't say it's just opposition.
He doesn't have anything. He's just incompetent governor. That's it. See.
How? Can you explain?
Let me give you many reasons. I have a friend, a female friend from Benue State. You know.
Or your girlfriend. Tell us now, your girlfriend. I'm joking, no. I'm joking, no. Yeah.
Do you know that there is no any single development complete 8 years? See, let us be honest.
But they said they are ravaging. They can't do anything. They can't farm. They can't do this. They can't do that.
You can see the reaction of the citizens of the country. You see how they vote him out. See, we can't defend what is not. That man is. Someone mentioned that he am Abia State Governor. I don't know which one is the worst among those two. I can't say. You see, that man needs to go to jail. He's trying to avoid jail. That's the game now. That's the game. A lot of them.
Okay.
After complete 8 years, you're collecting an allocation every month. You're getting allocation every month. With not.
Kumi, we can't hear you, Kumi. Hello, Kumi.
I'm here.
He's back.
Yeah, we lost. You dip in and out. Yeah.
I think it's the network. Sorry.
Yeah. We can hear you now.
Yeah. You understand? Complete 8 years of that man. Each time the man want to pay salary, that's why he will come up with Fulani, yes, man. See, I don't know how Buhari say something about the governor. You guys collect security votes, something, and you're getting all those money from federal government every day. You are the executive of your state. You have power to control everything.
But it doesn't have power over security.
There's still a way you can do it. Let me give you one man example. Ajimobi. When Ajimobi come as a governor in Oyo State, the insecurity is too much. See what Ajimobi did now. He bring an operation boss. He creates a way.
I remember. I'm a Ibadan boy, so I know very well. Yeah.
Yes, I'm just giving an example as what governor can do. See, the man is just incompetent. He's supposed to just go to jail straight now. Jail. I can't lie to you.
That's
the game. He's trying to play game now. That's the game.
Yes, that's what I was suspecting.
It's the
Bishop,
game.
the guy is trying to.
They will start pampering Tinubu to avoid all those. And I believe this man will show them better.
That is what I can see. The man is trying to. It's trying to.
It's a game. The man owing more than 12 months salary. 12 months salary. That man.
Let's hear from Bishop. Yeah, Bishop.
Let me just look at it from a different dimension. I mean, it's a given already that for me, Ortom is a serious, complete disappointment. I have a few friends from Benue State, Idomas, to be very precise, and at least 2 of them are retired, and they retired in the military, and they are very senior fellow. And at least I had their opinion a couple of months ago, and one of them couldn't even see anything as how very disappointed he was. Now, let me take just one area that we missed a very big opportunity. This guy, Hassan said something a while ago when he was trying to narrate the challenges of the global warming, climate change, how it affected Lake Chad. I know Lake Chad. About 40 years ago, 30 something years ago, in the early 80s. I used to live in Maiduguri then. And
please, Bishop, I know your age now. I'm calculating your age.
Just keep trying. So, I know when Tina Turner was singing. So I used to live in Maiduguri, so I know Lake Chad, and I know how much Lake Chad had reduced, and I know how it has affected headers. And I know also that back in the 50s and the 60s, we have national grazing routes that have been taken over by people. And those clashes between farmer header did not just start today. Now, when this government, this outgoing government, came up with 2 different initiatives to try and reduce that tension, they said they came with the RUGA, that is rural grazing area, that let it state. The way our media and opposition took it up, oh my God, that they want to seize land, they want to take land, Meanwhile, that RUGA was not even a new thing. Even Jonathan proposed it, but the way they took opposition, because that thing would have reduced the tension between headers and farmer a little bit, create grazing areas, large grazing areas for headers that they will not go.
But they said they want to take their land. That is what we are hearing.
That was what the media was propagating. What was said, okay, when they finished that one, under the vice president, there was this national livestock whatever that they proposed again. Now look, we are not saying give us land, develop a ranching grant in your own place. You will not let it to cattle rearize, so that
so
each time
you still own your land. You still own your land, but like leasing or renting. Yeah.
If you like you said, you are an Ibadan boy like me. If you grew up in Ibadan, after Monoto, after Iwo Road, as you are going towards Lalubo in Lagelu, on the left,
yeah,
before you get to just after Monoto, by the left, before you start going to Leyland and Dizengov, there was a place we used to have there, very clean area that is a cattle ranch that Awolowo created before one of our governors converted the place and they turned it to one estate, whether they call it Akala Estate or something. They sold the place amongst themselves. That's one of the beautiful places. I still keep regretting. Why did they do that in Ibadan? Look at the farms. So there are several grazing areas that people have converted for their personal reasons. Now, if we want to develop in livestock, we need to go back to that. But we brought politics into something that could have been a very good developmental initiative. We were so vehemently, especially the media houses, if you listen to them, the bitterness, the anger with which they were saying it, oh, Buhari wanted to collect land for his Fulani, oh, he wanted to collect. Let me tell you something about Abia State. I know about 10 cattle farmers in Abia State, and I'm saying this on the national, and I know them very well, close enough. There was no single one Fulani man or Hausa man among them. All of them are Igbos. All of them. What they do is that they go to the north. There's one of them that, was a soldier before, was a military man. So he has connection with the north. So they bring these headers for them that help them to keep their cow. There is no single Fulani man that owns those cows in Abia State. I know that one very well because I know them. But the way they present this thing on television, on the news, oh, they are coming, Buhari wants to take the land. And that was what Ortom lashed on that made him to lose focus. So he saw an enemy in Buhari. So everything Buhari does, if Buhari drinks water, it's wala. If Buhari drops cup of water, the cup, it's wala. So he was doing that, and some people were cheering him on to the detriment of innocent Benue people. Are there clashes? Yes, but his utterances, his provocative utterances, rather than douse the tension and reduce the animosity, the crisis, was really fueling it. Because he was always talking about, oh, Fulani men are here to take our land. Fulani men, we know Fulani are elders. And one of the most contented people we have in Nigeria, and I will say this without any equivocation, are the Fulani men. They are just satisfied with their cow. When Hassan was talking of Kasuan Shanu, I know that Kasuan Shanu very well in those days. I used to go there to go and buy skin, cow skin, to ship to the south that time. Was trying to start that business. Unfortunately, that did not go very, too well, at least did not go for too long. So what Ortom turned, Ortom, like all the governors that Abia State had produced, had not added any value in real governance to their states. And there are several other states like that. It's just that Ortom was worse. 8 years of Ortom was a disaster. A colossal disaster of immeasurable proportion. So whatever he's saying today, say that again.
I'm just saying thank you. I'm enjoying that. Yeah. Okay.
The truth of the matter is that serious people don't take Ortom serious. Not in the politics, not even Benue indigenous. They don't take him serious. They just say that, look, let his SDA complete and let it just go. They are just saying just go because he keeps hiding under the shadow of fighting Buhari, and this same Buhari never for once responded to you. Not for once, just ignored you. Okay, you people succeeded in killing the Ruga. You succeeded in killing the national livestock, whatever developments that they wanted to do. That is something that would have, maybe we wouldn't have gotten to the promised land yet, but there would have been a pathway. That okay, look at what Kaduna is doing with their own. Some states now adopted it, and they are doing it. If you know, I want to say Gogola, what's the new state now? They divided Gogola into two. Adamawa and Taraba, one of the most beautiful places. And cattle ranch. If you go to Ogutu Cattle Ranch, that place can support thousands of heads of cattle. So, but we brought in all this animosity. When Buhari said, let us go and revisit, what can we do? Because people actually encroached. I've seen the national livestock grazing route before. It's not something of today. It was there in the 60s. Some people have encroached it. Okay, if people have encroached it, is there a way we can mitigate it? And people just took it up, and enemies started, and people that will always look for confusion, they will not provide a solution in any form. Now, that is not what criticism should be about. Criticism should be about, okay, we have heard you, but how can we move forward? Even though we don't agree with you, with either your person or your ideology, but what can we do to move ourselves forward? But some people will say, look, Kakake Jesse, let's just destroy everything. That's not develop. You can agree with people that I used to disagree with my father of blessed memory a lot. And he knows that what I want us to do is that let us get, okay, where is the middle ground in this? I mean, I won't say I will not disagree with you before because I like you. In fact, I have a tendency of disagreeing more with you if I like you. That's the truth. Because I want to get.
You sound like somebody that will disagree with somebody. You sound like one.
If I disagree, if you need to convince me, even when I know, I want you to tell me, show me. I have proved to me that we need this thing. Tell me, convince me. Don't just assume that I know. No, don't just assume that. Don't you think? No. Tell me, convince me. I'll be bringing out my money. So convince me more. Tell me why you think.
Bishop, in a nutshell, now you are blaming Ortom.
No, Ortom time was a wasted time in Abia State, just like Ibrazu's time was a wasted time in Abia State. Ortom in Ibrazu. Yeah, they are just a wasted time. The only painful thing is that they said Ibrazu had PhD. And he can come on national television and be saying that they brought, is it tantalizer? What did you say that they brought? Is that what your mates are doing? I know about very well. And that's why I get surprised when some people come on board and talk about some other states. I know Abba very well. Because for years I was living in Port Harcourt and I was working in Abba. So I was going to Abba every day. So I know Abia State very well. Yeah. I was going to Abba every day. Sometimes I go to Abba from Port Harcourt twice in a day. That's how much I know Abba. So I know Abia is everywhere. And it's not like they have too many cities. And yet, the one that is their major, I mean, you can't even describe what Abba looks like. Just forget it. How many roads? All the entire road network in Abba City cannot be more than 50 kilometers. Yet, they couldn't do. The only one they did not last 1 week before it collapsed. And if you know the billion they spent in doing it. So, some states have not really been lucky with governance. And so one of those states is Benue and Abia State. I say that.
So you can't really you can't blame the federal. The board stop at the table of the governors.
Okay, let me give you something I was trying to explain yesterday. I don't know how many people were here that this issue of 133 million in dimensional poverty, some people just take it and they did not understand the details. What was the motive behind it? It was the federal government that sponsored that research so that they can situate properly each challenges. For example, federal government has no business with primary health care. Federal government has no business with primary education, except for the unity schools. Federal government has no business with unity schools. There are more than how many 100,000 secondary schools in Nigeria? More than 500,000 secondary schools. Federal government only owns 103 unity schools. Those are the King's College in Lagos. Only 3 secondary schools in the whole of Lagos. Lagos has more than 20,000 or 30,000 secondary schools. State owned, then federal owned. State even has, but everything about secondary school, you want to blame the federal government for it. It doesn't work. Everything about primary school, when you talk of out of school children, which is part of the multidimensional factors, but federal government does not control primary school. Federal government brings money, say, okay, let's do universal basic education, whatever. Most states did not put their counterpart funding to be able to access free money that federal government has put down. But you want to put them, you are talking of maternal. What is the business of federal government with maternal mother care? Primarily health care is the sole responsibility of the state government. So these are the areas that government wanted to bring out. And look, local government, you are not doing your whole, but people have blown it out of proportion. And by so doing, we have missed the real issue that they were trying to drive at. And that is not how governance work. I don't know if I'm making any sense, Thomas.
You are making sense, my brother.
You are making sense. You are making sense. Very, very sense.
All the states, their roads, out of the whole about 200,000 kilometers of paved road in Nigeria, federal government has just less than 16,000 kilometers. The remaining one belongs to local government and state government. But if anybody talks about road, even street road, adjoining street road today, they will say it's not. We should be able to hold that level of governance responsible because they collect money too. Yeah, even though we are advocating that they should give them more money, but even the little they are giving them now, in quotes, that they claim that it's little. How are they administering it? In some local government, the only thing they do is just collect salary. That's all.
At the end of the month. They don't work. They are not productive.
Some of them don't even go to work more than twice in a week. I've seen people, they don't go. But on the paycheck day, they will go there and collect their. So they don't do anything. Primary healthcare, zero. Primary schools, zero. Ordinary waste disposal, zero. So what are we talking about? I did something in University of Harcourt Teaching Hospital some years ago. Say, why is it that everybody comes to UPTH for small headache? Everybody. Say the people I spoke with, said because state hospitals are not functional. Local government hospitals, because hospitals are actually supposed to be referral hospitals. It's not an hospital of first instance, except in an emergency. But that is where you see everybody go to. Everybody. They will say,
Bishop,
please.
Bishop, we can lament from today till tomorrow. But what do you think federal government can do to come in and you know what I mean? State has the power. I know you know that the federal government don't really have the power over the state. But where can federal government come in? Because they can't be giving them this allocation and they are just squander it and they keep on collecting it, and the lives of the people are not better off.
One of the areas that federal government can come in is holistically. Number one, when we manage to begin to elect responsible people into governance, people that knows the nitty-gritty of governance, what it entails to be able to bring governance to the grassroots. I admire Sanwo-Olu. I disagree with him on so many instances, and I have record of that. But I admire him because he's developing governance at the very root. People don't appreciate the number of the amount, the enormity of the challenges Lagos State faces. And I will give you an insight. Lagos State takes about 40-something% of the total migration in Nigeria. So if 100 people leave their state to another place, 40% of them are heading to Lagos. Yes. Per minute, the number of people that are coming to Lagos, and they're stretching the facilities and the infrastructures. And to make it worse, the sad part is that majority of those that are coming are actually not adding value in the real sense of value. But Lagos State is still managing to care for them. Somebody was arguing, we were discussing, I don't know whether Adali is still here. One day, some time ago, that somebody said that there were no primary health cares in Lagos. I went and did the research. You will be shocked that there are more than 400 primary health cares that are functional in Lagos. But it's because it was later I saw it. I don't want to bring it back because there's no point in bringing it. Because
Bishop, I know of one. Ijushaga primary health care is functioning very well.
I said there are more than 400, whether 359 or 395 or something. Functional.
Yeah, functional. You can go there. You don't need to go to the general hospital. It's in Ijushaga. If you know Fagba in Ijushaga.
I know Ijushaga very well. There are about 5 or 6 or thereabouts in the Korodu. Go to Suele, go to Yarabaja, go to
they are functioning. Even they have ambulance parked at the front of the healthcare center. I know that.
So look at what they are doing to primary school. Some primary schools in Lagos are better than private schools. That's a fact. People are taking up civil servants are being sent abroad in Lagos State. They are sent on course abroad. So there's a semblance of governance. Are we where we want to be?
But Bishop, hold on. We can't justify anything Lagos State is doing to the other states. Why do I say that? I can say Lagos State is a country on its own.
I agree with you.
You can agree with me with that. So the level of you know what I mean. I don't even know how to put it. So you can't compare that to Anambra or to Ibadan or to.
That's where I have a problem. Why don't we copy the best among us? Why that we want to be looking at? Why somebody will say, look, I want to go to Lagos. Look at Sierra Leone, or how many days ago they came to Lagos to come and learn some things about them. the administration of their, everybody is complaining about what is this alpha beta. Do you know how many states have come to copy Lagos states now that are doing exactly the same thing, using the same company in Nigeria? Do you know how many states? I give that to you as an assignment to go and check out. They are doing exactly what Lagos State is doing in so many areas. That is how we can, peer reviewing. Oh, what are they doing that they are doing well at? Let me copy them and do it as well. Are there challenges? Oh, absolutely. But we cannot do away with all of man's challenges overnight. And that's why I always want to see the cup as half full rather than half empty. Because it can only get better. I have areas.
Yes, it can only get better.
Honestly speaking, we have made tremendous progress. It might not be showing. I said something to one man earlier today in the areas of ease of doing business, how Nigeria had gone in the past 8 years under Buhari. These are things that if we keep implementing them over the years, we'll begin to see. They are not things that you see the reports overnight. Some people say if you want to plan for 3 months, plan corn. If you want to plan for maybe 1 year, plan cassava. But if you want to plan for, I'm hearing myself. Somebody's telling.
I think it's coming. Yeah, you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I've muted him. Yeah, I've muted him. Yeah.
But if you want to plan for the future, plan Iroko tree or coconut tree, palm tree. That is how we get. Because we do something
You are breaking. You are breaking too now.
Actually echoing seriously.
Yeah, we are enjoying you before, but now you are breaking.
Okay, let somebody else talk. Maybe.
No, go on. I can hear you. It's still not. It's not that bad.
Okay, so like I'm saying, things long is like I said to you, if I stop things that
you are breaking. You are breaking heavily.
Actually, let me take it.
Yes. Maybe I'll come back to you. Yeah, you are breaking.
Let me quickly add a little bit about what you just finished saying about the primary health care center in Nigeria. My own observation is that all this governor is the main problem of that. Imagine they don't allow governor don't allow the local government to have the fully autonomy. They are frustrating Buhari with that local government autonomy, fully autonomy to take care of their own, and with that not coming from the grassroots, it's gonna be a long way for us to develop that country. Because if you can remember, when I'm going up, we always go to the primary health care. We call it clinic something, by local government then. But all those things is not there anymore. I believe if a serious government can come on board and insist on all these things, we're gonna develop very fast, and that's all I want to add to it. Hello?
I don't know if
Ajali Koko, are you there? We don't cease to have Ajali Koko. Busy. No worry. Yeah, you're listening to us. That's all right. So, Bishop, have you spoken on the excesses of the Arise News people? I think you've spoken on that. You've spoken on that. Yeah. Yeah. What of the yes? What is the next thing here? I think you've spoken of you. I think you kick off the section, isn't it?
Yeah,
so I think you've spoken of all the yes. Yeah. Thank you. Let me go to Kumi. Yeah, Kumi. What's your take about Arise News people? They can those people. I don't know what is going on.
Arise News people.
And they are doing it is so very obvious. They can't even hide it. It's so obvious. They are biased. They are partisan. I don't get it. And they are attacking ABIKE DABIRI-AREWA now. So what is your take?
The game they are playing anytime any government come after them. I'm hearing my voice.
What is going on today? You are hearing yourself back?
Yeah.
Let me go out. Continue speaking. Let me go out and come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
The game they are playing. Hello? Oh, I'm still hearing my voice.
You are still echoing though.
Yeah, I'm still hearing my voice.
Yeah, but it's
I think it's good now.
Yeah. I think it's from Thomas' end.
Okay.
Now continue.
The game they are playing now is anybody that come after them. You want to stop media. I believe Asiwaju is a smart leader that is going to deal with all this fake. See all this all the youths too there. Everybody just doing anyhow. That's all the aspects I dislike in Buhari government. No control of media. Everybody come out, just break any news. Hey, come and see. 10 people don't, and that thing create a lot of problem during the Fulani S-men issue. If it's like many regions don't use wisdom about this thing, all these things should have caused a big problem in Nigeria. See how they want to create a big problem in Oyo State, other states. Imagine all this Fulani too. They don't have the. If you remember when first time Buhari government, if you see how in Southeast how they are chasing all the Fulani, they are beating the one on the street, the one in the town. They are beating them up, and it's because of all these fake news. I believe Tinubu should come on board. Maybe they should address this thing from the Senate. I don't know how they can do it, because if any government come now, they will say, we know it's going to stop us because we don't support this government.
Or because we are opposition. Because we are opposition.
That's all the narrative they will present to the media. So that's what they will do. I don't know how Asiwaju can come and address this issue, to be honest. But that RUFAI guy, the guy is doing too much. He's doing too much. You can even see everything in his face, his attitude, is everything about him. You will know this thing is beyond. I don't know what Asiwaju do to them. I don't even understand.
But why are you surprised? They are following they are following the owner of the channel.
But do you remember the man did a burial ceremony? Asiwaju was there sometime last year.
They are following OBIAGBENA now. That is their boss. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I think we lost Kumi. I said they are following OBIAGBENA now.
Well, but there should be, as a professional journalist, who I believe, what's his name is, Ruben. Ruben should be a professional journalist. Ruben should not allow himself to be reduced.
But Bishop.
Yes.
Bishop, hold on. Sometimes when they are having all these ruffle fights, I mean RUFAI and their guests, if you see Ruben face sometimes his containers, you will know that he always want to pull RUFAI back a bit. You can if you are a philosophy, if you read people's face, you will know that Abati, sometimes it feel that they are going too much.
You are right.
But you know,
Right.
their life, there's little or no it can do. You know what I mean? Because they are life.
As a senior editor and as the what do you call it now? The senior anchor on the program. After each session, they can do a review and they can tell him, no, you don't push there are some languages that RUFAI uses that are outrightly disrespectful. Let me finish. You know, are you talking to your mates? These are guests that you have invited. Address them with some decorum. So
even there was a day in about they almost fight on that studio. I don't remember what they are discussing about that day.
What you should have done, what you should do at the end of it, when they are doing their review, postscript, as they used to call it, is to tell them, no, take it easy. You know, there should be a way of passing messages to them. When they move the camera, but you can give their side, they will move the camera to somebody else or something else, and you quickly whisper something or pass a note to him. It's completely out of hand. It's completely unprofessional. It is unethical. It is discourteous. It is rude. It is. I find it as an aberration. The way he
Bishop, can we say they are doing it intentionally?
Well, I mean, what else can we say? That may be the only.
What I noticed is that they are working for different platforms, different candidates. Let me say that. You understand me? Abati is working for Atiku. When RUFAI is working for Obi. That's
Obi?
it. Yes. If you notice, most of time they're always you're gonna see Abati body language. He's not gonna.
I can see that's what the Kumi. That's what I want you to get me to. If you see about the body language, you will know that he doesn't like it sometimes when they are so. Kumi, do you know if I'm listening to Arise News? It's just like they are judge. Their guest is the.
They want to tell you what is going on. They want to tell you you must agree with them. You must agree with them.
Their guest is the plaintiff and the defendant.
They are the judge.
They are the judge. You know, it's just like, you know what I mean now. You know, come on now.
I don't know that channel too will go down like AIT. You will see. It's just a matter of time.
That's what I predicted. It's real.
No, I see what you know what they will do. They will set them up. As long as I'm telling you, as long as they go beyond, you will see. They will just use law.
No. I suspect something. They will calm down. They will calm down. Yeah. When Ashiwaju come in, they will calm down.
With the arrogance, that guy
no,
is very arrogant.
They will calm down. Go and write it down. They will calm down. No, they can't be doing this. They can't be doing this for Ashiwaju.
That one is not channel. I can't even stand it.
You know when this girl was this Adela's daughter?
Yes, I want to talk about that lady. What? Why did? Because suddenly we just don't see that lady and that's
She left.
Didn't agree with.
She left.
She don't agree with.
No.
She left because they talk about her father. Like they talk about Abiola in a rude way. Yeah, one of their guests tried to challenge the lady on Abiola stuff.
That's David May. Practically to call Abiola a truck baron. Come on, there are limits. There are some limits that you shouldn't cross.
I see why you can bring that lady back on board. You will see.
No, not that. Let us stay out. There are better people that there are people that labored for the party now and worked. Don't let actually be like Abiola, like Buhari. That was the opposition. Because I don't see any reason Buhari retained FLA and CBN Governor.
I'm telling you, that man spoiled everything. That man J straight after they inaugurate Tinubu. J straight. There is no new. I will spend a lot of billion No any single new note in Nigeria anymore. Hey,
he will escape. Emefiele will escape before Achiwaju coming.
No, he's been trying that since last 3 weeks. You want to go for study leave.
He will go and write it down. He will escape. He will escape. He will escape. He will escape.
Narrative is correct.
He will escape.
He has up till June next year. His time.
No, and he can't work with Tinubu ever. Tinubu will never work with him.
I don't worry. You see that? Hold on. If Tinubu if Tinubu keeps him, he will stay. Except Tinubu sack or removes him.
Who are you talking about?
Emefiele.
Bishop, come on now.
That's what I'm saying.
If you are Tinubu, can you retain Emefiele?
He will never. I'm telling you. Because people that were ready to work with him, they are already. See, Tinubu is already getting cabinet. He just want to learn the ground running.
Hello. I say, understand me before you crucify me. I say, Tinubu is only Tinubu that can sack him. If Tinubu doesn't sack him, he will finish his tenure. That's what I said.
You are right. Yeah, you are right.
It's only Tinubu sack him. If Tinubu sacks him, good riddance to bad rubbish. But if Tinubu
Bishop, let me give you another way they can sack him. Senate can sack him too.
No, Senate will not sack him.
Okay. You're going to see the game they are going to play with that man. But I'm telling you, that man will not work with him.
I know. What I'm saying, it all depends on Tinubu. Recommend that Tinubu should remove. Does not want to, he will still not remove him. Now, look, come and account. You have 1 year. Come and account for so and so. When you finish accounting for it, you go. Tinubu will make another appointment. That's what I'm saying. I'm not advocating that Tinubu should retain him, but I'm saying it works at the pleasure of Tinubu, and that's a fact. I don't know if you understand me.
Yeah, of course.
Do I want him to be retained? No. But it depends on the president. If the president says, you know what, for this allegation, let us clear it out, clean the table before you go.
How many years remain for the tenure? I think it still have a long way to go.
1 year.
For the second tenure, 1 year.
Yes.
They will kick him out. Tinubu will sack him. They will sack him. That's just my own. That's my own bias. They should take him out.
I hope so.
But if they don't take him out, he still have the power to stay in that to finish his tenure. Yeah. Because it's tenure by tenure.
It's the second term.
Yeah.
Tinubu, Buhari reappointed him for a second term against a lot of people's speculation and expectation. But
yes.
The commander-in-chief. That's why Buhari is the commander-in-chief.
Oh my God, that guy.
Calls the Tinubu, Buhari calls the shots.
But I would say there will be a reason why Buhari retained him. There will be a reason. We don't know. Yeah. There could be a cogent reason for keeping him.
But he actually did a lot of damage.
But who do you think can fit into that shoes for now?
There are too many persons. Too many.
Yes. I'm just asking. Mogalu, they can't bring Mogalu now.
No. Mogalu for where? Mogalu, all he does is just speak English. You know, there are people, I don't know which direction Tinubu wants to go to. I mean, we have not had a Yoruba CBN governor in a long while. I don't think we have ever had
No,
one.
there's been Yoruba deputy
No,
governor now.
deputy governor. I'm saying CBN governor. We've not had a Yoruba CBN governor. Have we ever had one?
I don't know of one. I don't know of one.
I don't
But
think so.
I know of the deputy. We have a couple of deputy Yoruba.
Of course, deputy are just. I know we have deputy. I mean, we still have.
That is true, Bishop. That is true. I don't think of one. No.
2011, when Sarah Akonde was deputy governor and Jonathan denied Southwest, you know, Jonathan did not give us anything after helping him to become president in 2011. Yoruba leaders actually went to him. Okay, give our daughter, who has been the deputy governor in CBN, make her the CBN governor. He went and brought his Igbo brother, Emefiele.
Emefiele, yeah.
Yeah, that was when Jonathan brought, when he sacked Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi. So he went and brought Emefiele. Okay, give us secretary to the government of the federation. He did not. He refused. He went and brought Ayim Pius Ayim. He now went and brought Arogbofa from Ondo State and made him chief of staff. And some people were celebrating. I told people that listen to me, I said, are you guys sick? What is Arogbofa? A dignified messenger in government house. What are you celebrating? They said, give us CBN governor after helping you to become president. Because go and check the records from the hierarchy of government in Nigeria, from number 1 to number 10 or more, there was no single Yoruba man. But we did not cry. Go and check the records.
But Yoruba don't cry now. We don't cry.
Don't cry of marginalization there. And that's why I'm surprised when some people that have held sway for years are now complaining. This. I said, what are you talking about? Even ordinary speaker, they did not give Yoruba that time. What are you people talking? I wish so short memory that we don't remember things that just happened how many years ago. Is it like that? Is it that much that we are so short memory? Jonathan did not. He did not compensate us for the support we gave him in the presidential election. He did not. So my view is that CBN governor, it might be difficult for Tinubu to give a Yoruba man. It might be difficult because of the complexities, but it should not be out of place. At least it should not be out of place. If he has competent persons, competent hands to make CBN governor, let him make it. Except Jim Ovia wants to become CBN governor. Did you hear me? Or Tony Elumelu?
What of Elumelu?
That's what I say. I say except Elumelu or Ovia. Jim Ovia wants to become CBN governor.
Those one they will finish Nigeria.
No, what do they want to do again? What do they want to do? What do they want to carry again? What they never get?
Money no the rich people will get money. That's what they look for.
I don't think so. I think they have all they want, all they need. I think they have more than enough. This has been a good time. We did not hear from Ajale today. Thank you. Everybody is preparing for
inauguration.
Inauguration now, so we understand. We'll see after inauguration. We'll follow up. We'll continue following up with the court case. The court case that has no case.
I think the court case will be our next topic when the inauguration finishes.
Where did I exactly?
That will really be the next talking point. Yeah. I don't have any expectation of that because I know there's nothing going to change.
I don't think anything.
Anybody that's still thinking in their heads that something will change, I'm sorry.
I don't
Yeah.
think anything.
Anything is not going to change. It's going if we go there's first time in anything, but I don't think it's this time because this election is the most successful election that I've witnessed in that country.
Better than previous election. That's why people are. I don't think. I don't. Anyhow, people are entitled to their opinion. The election was the election we have held before
now. No. This election, I said no. Even though there are some skirmish, there are some irregularities, we can't rule that out. But no, it's still one of the best. It's still one of the best. By before now, we will be counting like almost like 50 million voters. But yeah, this one.
It's perfect, but it's far better, and that's why I'm really surprised when people are saying, it was. I mean, how better can it get? Yeah, there are little areas we can improve, but the way they make it sound like girl.
Yeah, Bishop, you know what you don't understand about some people is this is their really first time participating in Nigerian election. They are just doing their business, doing their stuff. They don't participate. So what really go on in Nigerian space politically, they are very novice and ignorant of it. You know what I mean? So they will count this election. Yeah, they will be counting this election as the worst one, which is way far more better, way far more better. 20 governors lose their seats. Have you ever heard that before? Governor losing Senate, they are losing.
The election was better than previous elections. I don't know why. And when you hear these people on TV, they make it sound like it's the worst thing. I say, are you people? Are we on the same planet? Are we in the same planet? Are we in the same world? Because I really don't understand.
That's what the Bishop. That's what I said. Some people, this is their first time participating in our election. So if they know what is going on in our election before now, they will no. Nobody will be talking about this election is a sham.
Akwa Ibom will come with like 2 million. Akwa Ibom will come with like 2 million votes.
Kano go. Kano will declare like 5 million votes.
I don't understand.
So I hope people. Some people will still not agree that it's fair and fair.
No, of course not.
Because I know there's no fair and fair election anywhere in the whole world. I can tell you that categorically. But if you're looking for free and fair election in this world, you will move. This America, you guys are even talking. There are some even black place. They will not even let them vote. They know how to stifle them to so that they won't even participate in the election. So we know all that. We are not novice of that. Yeah. So but this election,
there are some states immediately after the last election in the US, because of what happened, they started introducing some laws that restrict black people from voting. Several states, they changed their laws. They started delineating, changing counties where they would change the voting block to make blacks minority. And it was a deliberate thing. And people are saying it, and they will still be condemning. And these are the same people that we want to come and judge whether our election is right or wrong. the election of in America of 2020 was an embarrassment to democracy itself. And serious Americans know that it was terrible. They know it. But Nigerians will condemn and every small thing they are calling on America to come and judge us. America, see, America is man. It's okay.
Yeah, so we'll get there. We'll get there. Someday, somehow. Exactly. I think we need to shut down now. Yeah, I think the session has taken a life of its own. So I don't think Ajale Kiko is even available.
I think it's very busy.
Baba is very busy. Thank you, Bishop, Papuki, Bishop, everybody. Do have a nice day. Yeah, tomorrow is another day. Yeah. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. Love you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, we have come to the end of the section. I think today's section is very short. Yeah, it happens sometimes like that. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I will leave you with this. Thank you for our super chatters, the happy clappers, everyone that has participated. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. I say peace. Thank you so much.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Thank you.